Hey guys, tonight we're slipping into a mountain church where stone breathes older truths and where even the shadows hum. Picture this. Your breath hangs visible the moment you cross that threshold, each exhale a ghost joining centuries of whispered prayers. The candle flames ahead sway like drowsy metronomes, golden light licking rough stone walls carved by medieval hands. Did you know those same masons used ox blood in their mortar? I'll let you decide if that's metal or just medieval OSHA violations. You probably won't survive the silence here, not because it's dangerous, but because your TikTok brain might implode from the lack of notifications. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your nearest city and current time. I'm morbidly curious who's watching this at 3 a.m. in Reykjavík. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. Your boots scuff against worn slate steps, each groove carved by pilgrims who dragged their knees up this incline for penance. Through the arched doorway, candles flicker in iron sconces, their wax drippings forming stalactites older than your last relationship. Those blackened puddles, locals swear they form the exact shape of the Georgian coastline if you stare long enough. Historians still argue whether this site began as a Roman garrison outpost or just some hermit's ambitious airman project. You brush a hand along the wall, cold seeping through your sleeve. The stone's pitted surface tells stories, claw marks from bear attacks, gouges from sharpening swords, maybe even the occasional bored shepherd's doodle. Your neck prickles not from the chill, but from the way those shadows thicken between candle clusters. That dark patch ahead could be an alcove or something watching with unblinking eyes. The pews creak as you slide onto one, splinters snagging your jacket. They're hewn from oak so ancient, dendrochronologists once carbon dated a bench and accidentally disproved 3 local legends. Above, smoke stains streak the ceiling like inverted rivers, centuries of candle soot and incense merging into a single blackened tapestry. Lean back, and you'll notice the ceiling's curved just enough to amplify whispers from the confessional booth. Footsteps echo not yours, not mine. They come in pairs, a slow drag followed by a light tap. Monks once walked these aisles barefoot, their toes rubbed raw against stone, until they sang with every step their words, not mine. Turn your head too fast, and the sound stops. Keep still, and it resumes, syncopated, irregular, like a chant missing its downbeat. A draft snakes through, kissing your earlobe with winter's teeth. It carries the faintest hint of myrrh and wet wool. Somewhere, a door hangs ajar. No one remembers which one, but every local child knows the rhyme. Shut the north door, starve the draft, leave it open, feed the raft. The raft being what exactly? No one clarifies. Folklore's funny that way. Your eyes adjust to the gloom, the candles now revealing symbols carved into pillars. crosses, spirals. Phoenician trade symbols, maybe, or just some stonemason's inside joke. Touch one, and the groove feels suspiciously smooth, like thousands of fingers have traced this path before you. Up close, the stone smells of rainwater and lye soap, two things this mountain has in endless supply. Something crunches underfoot. You glance down, a scatter of poppy seeds, dried juniper berries, maybe mouse droppings. Let's call it rustic confetti. They sweep the floors weekly, but tradition demands leaving offerings for the builders, which explains the rusty nails and beetle wings in the corners. A sudden hush falls, deeper than before. Even the candle flames freeze mid-flicker. Your throat tightens until you realize it's just your own breath held hostage by anticipation. Exhale slowly, and the room exhales with you, stone releasing stored cold like a sigh held since the Byzantine era. That's when you see it, a single extinguished candle at the far end. Its wick glows faintly red, smoke curling into a perfect helix. You could relight it, but the caretakers warn against meddling with expired light. Seems dramatic, till you learn 3 tourists got degree burns, in 7 doing that exact thing. Wind moans through a cracked window, the sound curving into something melodic. It's the mountain's version of a throat singer, really all drone and vibration. Your hips shift on the pew, and the wood groans a perfect G note beneath you. Coincidence? Maybe. Or maybe this whole building's a tuned instrument waiting for its symphony. You freeze mid-step. That first note hits like a struck bell inside your sternum. Beeswax smoke hangs thick. It coats your tongue as the hum vibrates up through worn floorboards. Your fingers brush a pew's edge. The wood hums back in sympathy. 6 monks once dropped dead during this exact passage, or so 12th century scrolls claim. Their skeletons still kneel in the crypt below, but let's not jump ahead. The voice swells now, a weathered bass that could have soothed Attila's cavalry. Historians still argue whether these chants inspired Byzantine hymns or vice versa. Either way, your livers, currently marinating in low C. Another singer joins, a reedy tenor slicing through the fog. Their harmony forms a third interval, so pure you taste copper. That's the Tbilisi Effect, the way certain frequencies make molars tingle. Someone's aunt wrote a paper on it, got laughed out of a cathedral's and dental health symposium. The tenors crescendo, your earlobes warm like they're blushing. Half close your eyes. Now the vibrations paint colors behind your lids. Prussian blue swirls, burnt umber smudges, a blotch of ochre that smells like rust. Local lore claims shepherds once mimicked these tones to calm wolves. You almost believe it. Your own pulse has slowed to adagio. A novice fumbles a melisma. The mistake ripples through the chorus. Voices stutter, reconvene, swallow the error whole. Tradition says botched notes get digested here, emerging centuries later as syncopated rainstorms. Your left foot taps involuntarily, whether to the chant or distant thunder, who knows? breath stirs the candle flames, 27 wicks bow eastward. Count them go on, their golden faces nod approval as the bass drops another half step. Your ribs feel looser now, like timber joints in damp weather. 700 years ago tonight, a goat herder supposedly wrote this verse mid-blizzard, his frozen beard snapped off during the final cadence. But that's just tour guide patter. The harmonies stabilize, a 4-part latticework of sound. You're weightless now, suspended in auditory honey. Byzantine musicologists would kill for this if they weren't too busy debating whether Emperor Basil II hummed this during bowel movements. The tenors crest again, your sinuses thrum, your fillings whisper secrets, smoke curls around a hanged lantern. Its iron chains buzzing like struck tuning forks. Your jaws gone slack careful, drool would vaporize before hitting stone in this humidity. One singer's vibrato matches the pendulum swing of a relic sensor. 7 seconds per arc. Coincidence? The caretaker winks, says nothing. When the final amen dissolves, your molars throb in protest. A nun glides past, her robe hem kicks up dust motes. They hang glittering, the last note's resting place. Your shoes seem glued to the floor, as if the building's holding its breath. Somewhere a goat bleats in the valley below, an accidental grace note. You file it under things to overanalyze at 3 a.m. The next verse begins before your lungs fully empty. 2 voices, now braided tighter than communion bread. They rise through your shoelaces, settle behind your optic nerves. This is why Saint Marina's bones got moved 3 times. The original crypt apparently gave her tinnitus. Your own ears pop gently, equalizing to holy pressure. Candle wax puddles by your toe, a discarded amuse-bouche of light. You inhale resin, mildew, the ghost of breakfast garlic. This isn't music anymore. It's a tuning fork for your marrow. 10 generations of singers are buried in the walls here. Their jawbones probably still form perfect O shapes. A sneeze builds in your sinuses. You wrestle it into silence. The bass singer's eyeballs dart your way, pupils dilated from decades of dark vigils. He doesn't miss a note, professional. They say a single cough once unraveled an entire Lenten service, triggered a regional drought. Your nostrils burn in solidarity. The chant's 3rd iteration starts. You've looped past eerie into comfort now. It nestles behind your sternum, becomes background code humming beneath thoughts. Your watch battery dies mid-tick, coincidence or acoustic casualty. The sheepskin hymnal pages flicker, though no breeze reaches this corner. When the last resonance fades, your knees unlock with a pop louder than heresy. Lightheadedness washes over you, saintly vertigo. A drop of sweat rolls down your spine, maps the chant's descending melody. Somewhere above, an owl finishes the amen you forgot to voice. Moonlight slices through cobalt glass, splashing Saint Demeter's cheekbone with aquatic blue. His stone pupils follow you, pupils worn smooth by 7 centuries of side-eye. The saints here have that Byzantine stare, all triangle noses and disapproval. Fifth, Crusaders reportedly stole the original emerald irises, pawned them for siege engine parts. Your shadow stretches across Saint Ketavan's chipped lips. They part mid-chant in eternal stone. Local teens swear the carving's mouth along during the Georgian Samach hymn. You squint, nope, just a moth fluttering in the archway. Historians still argue whether these faces depict actual people or celestial parking attendants. Tilt your head, moonbeams electrify, dust motes into a galaxy above the altar. The carved Archangel Michael flexes, wings sharp enough to Julian heresy. His cloak ripples despite being granite. Good stone does that. A 14th century fresco hid beneath these statues, until some overzealous monk whitewashed it for simplicity. Touch the wall. Cool limestone vibrates with residual chant energy. Fingertips trace Cyrillic graffiti. Nicholas was here, 1612. Teen rebellion transcends eras. That groove, worn by countless pilgrims rubbing the saint's big toe for fertility. Results may vary. Ask the childless widow from Kutaisi. Sudden cloud unveils Saint Nino's face. Her grapevine cross casts shadow puppet dragons on your sleeve. She looks unimpressed. Georgian chronicles claim a hawk delivered her lunch basket mid-prayer. The church denies this, but your stomach growls in solidarity. Wind whistles through a saint's hollow eye socket, D minor maybe. Architects swear the perforations are climate control. You're not convinced. That soft moan when the breeze shifts, too melodic for random holes. A Russian surveyor once mapped the entire chapel as a stone flute, got reassigned to Siberia for his trouble. Step back, the moonlit tableau rearranges. Now the saints form a chorus. Marble, lungs inflated for some silent aria. Their locked jaw muscles contradict this fantasy. The tallest statue's missing pinky, chewed off during the 1795 Persian invasion. Soldiers mistook marble for sugar loaf. Your reflection glimmers in St. George's breastplate, distorted as a funhouse mirror. The real deal supposedly stopped 3 Mongol arrows here in 1221. Carbon dating says the dents were actually from a drunk blacksmith's hammer. Tourism brochures stay mute on that. Bats swirl above St. Tamar's crown. Their squeaks harmonize with a distant tenor. The queen's stony frown deepens. Church records mention a winged infestation during her reign, solved by imported Bulgarian owls. Modern solutions involve mesh wire and exasperated interns. Moonlight fades, saints retreat into shadowy ambiguity. Their presence lingers like when you close your eyes after staring at the sun. A drop of condensation rolls down St. Basil's cheek. Coincidence, or the building's silent critique of your posture? Dawn's first glow reignites the stained glass. Judas Iscariot's panel flares poison green. His carved money bag leaks stone coins, one perpetually suspended midair. The sculptor's inside joke, a doctrinal flex. Your coffee-deprived brain leans toward spite. Footsteps echo behind you, just a monk with an armload of beeswax tapers. He winks at Saint Marine's statue. She remains stoic. They've shared this routine since the Y2K panic. You pretend not to notice his muffled chuckle as you jump at a pigeon's coo. The lesson hits softly. These stones were never silent. Their frozen friction, captured reverence, geologic jazz hands waiting for their cue. When the next chant swells, watch closely. Saint Demeter's jawline might just twitch. Inhale, resin-scented cold punches your sinuses. Exhale the monk's lowest note thrums in your molars. Your ribs become bellows, involuntary. 9th century Byzantine choir masters pioneered this breath control. They chant underwater to test lung capacity. You're just glad no one hands you a snorkel. Something crunches underfoot, a pine resin lozenge discarded by some 12th century tenor with a sore throat. History's oldest cough drop. You pocket it like sacramental gum. The monks, swaying, creates a breeze. Their wool robes hiss like restless pines. Left palm flattens against the north wall. Granite hums with sub-bass vibration. Right hand cups your own sternum. Same frequency. Historians still argue whether the chant's rhythm matches the original builder's resting heartbeats. Cardiologists roll their eyes, but your aortic valve seems curious. A bead of sweat traces your spine despite the chill. Vocal warm-ups echo from the crypt, overtone singing that makes your fillings ache. Your diaphragm drops like a broken elevator. That yogi who promised breathwork enlightenment never mentioned armpit-deep resonance. Smoke from the censer blooms above you, lavender and mutton fat. Each wisp mirrors the chant's contour. Inhale sharp. The scent triggers a sneeze that harmonizes with the tenors. Half the monks smirk. The rest glare like you desecrated a national anthem. Your watch vibrates. It thinks you're running. Pulse hits 96 BPM. Synced to the clapperless bell's ghostly toll. Forensic musicologists once tried to copyright the rhythm. The Vatican sent a cease and desist written in medieval shorthand, cheek pressed to a pew. The wood vibrates your molars into a new dental plan. Someone carved Kaeinus, Kaakenus, Karainus here in 1743, Georgian for yo, this slaps. The church hides it under beeswax. Teen rebellion sanctified by time. A monk passes with a carafe. You take a sip, expecting holy water. It's room temperature Mazzoni. The fermented tang coats your throat. Suddenly, your basso profundo material. Ancient chanters drank sheep's milk mixed with clay. You'll stick to accidental yogurt. The melody splits into 12 parts, a sonic kaleidoscope. Your left ear catches a Gregorian snippet. The right detects a Sufi zikr. The caretaker whispers they borrowed acoustics from Samarkand's abandoned mosques. His wink suggests either heresy or indigestion. Exhale through your nose. The air's drier now. Lips chap in real time. That cloak of sound feels more like a wet woolen straitjacket. still, your shoulders unknot millimeter by millimeter. A trapped fly buzzes near your ear. Its frantic rhythm goes polymetric against the chant. Sudden silence. 47 seconds of raw throat clearing. The monk beside you produces a honeycomb from his sleeve. Emergency vocal aid. Beeswax clings to his beard like chaotic punctuation. 6th century choirs used propolis salves and possibly peyote. Records are fuzzy. Moonlight shifts. Your shadow morphs into a noom notation on the floor. A tempting tree pose feels blasphemous until your wobble syncs with the soprano's vibrato. The saints' carvings flex their eyebrows. Even frozen in stone, they judge your core strength. Your sandal scuffs a floor tile. It tilts like a loose piano key. Beneath it, symbols eroded to ghostly suggestions by centuries of pacing feet. 10th century chronicles tell of a Nubian king's pilgrimage. He supposedly left his crown jewels in these walls. The caretaker winks, says the real treasure's a curse on anyone who counts the bricks. A draft snakes up your sleeve, carrying voices too guttural for any human throat. Your phone flashlight reveals floor cracks forming hieroglyphs. A cartouche with half a horse and squiggles. Archaeologists identified it in 87 as a shopping list for camel saddles. Poets insist it's a dead king's love sonnet to a mountain. Your thumb brushes limestone. Grit wears your fingerprint into anonymity. Historians still argue whether these etchings chart celestial events or some regal foot size chart. Glyphs resembling sandals support the latter. But good luck publishing that thesis. A monk nearby mutters about spiritual podiatry between verses. The chant dips into quarter tones. Your liver vibrates like a theremin. Legends claim the Egyptian King Taharka himself composed this melody. Never mind that he ruled 7 centuries before the church's foundation stones were laid. Temporal accuracy dies when myth wears a good hat. Leaning against a pillar, you taste iron on your tongue, secreted in the mortar, crushed rubies from the king's scepter, or maybe just oxidized nails. A 1923 expedition found garnet flakes in the walls, and 3 unpaid kitchen tabs from the Middle Ages. A monk nudges you toward a stone trough. Water shimmers with a rainbow film, centuries of melted candle wax floating like toxic lily pads. Dip your fingers. The surface tension holds a perfect 8th note. Break it, the ripple harmonizes with a soprano's accidental falsetto. Your earlobe grazes a cold patch on the wall. Thermal cameras once showed human-shaped voids in the masonry, always at chant hour. Engineers blamed medieval insulation. True believers cite the king's promise. My breath shall haunt these stones. OSHA's investigation remains inconclusive. That vow carves itself into your jaw tension. 5 languages etched into the altar's underbelly, none deciphered. A grad student in 9 claimed it reads wash dishes before mopping. Her advisor took early retirement. You trace a glyph that looks suspiciously like a frowning emoji. Smoke plumes twist into crowns above the censer. Breathe deep, myrrh smuggled through 6 kingdoms to anoint one arrogant monarch. Modern replicas use IKEA incense. The real stuff could strip varnish. Your sinuses stage a protest. Half a dozen monks sneeze in solidarity. Moonlight bleaches the stained glass. An Egyptian king's face becomes yours for 3 shaky seconds. Blink. It's just lead solder and poor craftsmanship. The chant's tempo slows. Drummers once kept time with ostrich egg metronomes. Fragments turned up in the 90s. Yolk residue still pungent. Your shadow stretches toward the crypt stairs. Elongated fingers brush iron rivets. Someone welded a donkey's jawbone here during the Black Death. Folk remedy or medieval bass enhancer. The current choir swears it's why the low C resonates in your spleen. A moth lands on the psalter. Its wings match the chant's tremolo. 16th century illuminators used crushed beetle wings for glitter. You stifle a sneeze. The ensuing snort sinks with a monk's grace note. His side-eye could frost the Nile. The tiles warm underfoot near the apse. Residual body heat from 5 centuries of shuffling monks. Or geothermal vents. University surveys found nothing. But your socks detect secrets science can't. The king's signature was here. Now it's just foot fungus and awe. Candles gutter. The shadows flicker in ancient Meroitic script. Lean closer. It's just peeling plaster. Or is it? Your pulse thumps a demotic rhythm as the chant dissolves into whispers. Somewhere beneath your soles, a sarcophagus lid scratches upward in triple meter. The hearth exhales a cedar-laced sigh. Its embers spit like impatient percussionists. Each pop syncopated against the monk's drone pine resin sizzles, where sap became trapped during Charlemagne's reign. Your jeans soak up centuries of campfire musk, the original surround sound system. A spark lands on your collar brief, nova outshining the hanging lamps. Medieval masons packed these hearths with quartz veins to amplify crackles. Acousticians in tweed confirmed it last decade, using microphones shaped like miniature church bells. You chew a pine needle offered by the novice. Its bitterness allegedly sharpens pitch perception. It tastes like ecological regret. Flames lick a blackened iron grate, each bar tuned to a different harmonic. Someone welded camel coins to the frame during the Crusades. Metallurgists shrug mystics' claim. It lets the fire remember desert rhythms. Your palms hover, heat blooms like a phantom choir crescendo. Logs shift. The blaze coughs up a smoke ring halo. Thin trails spiral toward the rafters, mimicking the chant's melismatic flourishes. A 14th century Prior's journal describes sparks predicting hailstorms. Modern meteorologists roll their eyes until farmers cite 65% accuracy rates. You pocket a charcoal nub, future use problem. Firelight etches shadow staves on limestone, flames bowing like frantic violinists. Historians still argue whether the quartz veins were acoustic design or happy accident. Your sneeze punctuates the debate. 3 monks answer in perfect thirds. The hearth approves. Its next crackle lands on the downbeat. Ash drifts onto the psalter, holy confetti from a very niche parade. Under the grates, a rusted tuning fork fuses with burnt offerings. Archaeologists found chicken bones, here tuned to 432 Hz, nature's perfect pitch, or pagan leftovers. The prior chalks it up to divine jazz. Your boot taps a hearthstone. It thrums like a slackened bass string. Danes tried carting one off in 1126. Their oxen died, singing Gregorian laments. Or so the fresco claims. Half the choir swears they hear hooves during the recessional. You mute your phone. Its vibrations feel sacrilegious now. Charcoal snaps into hieroglyphs, a glowing ibis, a crooked ankh. Blink, just splintered wood and wishful thinking. Someone hung sausages here during the Reformation. Fat drips, preserved chant texts on parchment below. Carbon dating matched the smudges to a papal visit. Your stomach growls, centuries too late. A cinder lands in the offering box, illuminating a child's doodle of flame arrows. The Latin caption insists fire purified King Robert the Pious. Halitosis. Your laugh sparks a chain reaction. Monks mimic your cadence in a round. The hearth pops twice stand-in for a tambourine shake. Embers fade to blue, their final whispers sync with the soprano's vibrato. Night's last log splits down the middle, exposing growth rings like a bass clef. You pocket a sliver karma or kindling. Outside, the first snowflakes descend, nature's vinyl static over the chant's dying hum. Frost feathers spread across the glass, crystalline ferns unfurling in time-lapse. Your breath ghosts the pain winters, etch a sketch revealing hidden scores. Each ice-drawn treble clef melts faster than you can count its spirals. A lesson in impermanence set to 32 degrees F. You trace a starburst pattern, fingertip skating over frozen lead cames. Medieval glaziers added urine to strengthen the glass. A fact tourism boards rarely mention. The cold bites back your nail, catches a minuscule bubble, trapped since the Norman conquest. Some grad student's thesis claims these imperfections shaped Gregorian harmonics. You make a mental note to never drink kombucha near relics. Sunrise creeps in, prisms bleed across St. Agnes's stone feet. 12 frost halos crown her head, a frozen homage to the apostles. Someone scratched 7th century guitar tabs into her pedestal. Historians still argue whether they're musical notation or Mason's boredom. Your cheek sticks to the glass, ambient heresy or bad life choices. A monk's candle approaches. Its flame licks warmth into the frost. Meltwater trickles down like glissando tears, sketching temporary ledger lines. You swear one transient note matches your heartbeat. The 1458 choir ledger mentions singers licking windows to steal the ice's clarity. Modern ENT specialists have opinions, mostly loud ones. 3 panes resist thawing, their frost persists as geometric lace. Rosicrucian texts link such patterns to celestial harmonies, but these look suspiciously like Pythagoras doodling drunk. You exhale a sustained F sharp, the closest you'll get to participating. The glass hums back, or maybe that's your molars chattering. Blue shadows stretch across the nave. Stained glass saints gain frost beards. A papal bull once banned winter chants here, deemed too pagan for their breath cloud theatrics. Your sleeves steal condensation from the sill, unofficial holy water for agnostics. The monk side-eyes you. He's heard your phone's text tone. Sudden cold prickles your neck. The door groans open behind you. Drafts send frost spirals into secondaries, nature's own vocal runs. You glimpse the prior's breath, hanging like a fermata, his silent approval of borrowed quiet. Icicles snap outside, a capella staccato marking the service's end. One stubborn ice flower remains, a perfect snowflake preserved in the hinge's shadow. Vatican archives mention frozen roses placed here during the little ice, age their petals shattering into lyrical fragments. You resist the urge to lick it. Some mysteries taste better unsolved. Dawn's heat finally breaches the transept. The last pattern collapses into a chromatic puddle. Your reflection wavers, rippling, as if the mountain itself exhaled. Hours collapse like folded altar cloths. Suddenly, it's midnight. Stars drill through the vaulted dark pinpricks of silver, demanding your upturned face. The chanters left hours ago. Their absence makes room for something larger. Your neck prickles, not from cold. A new note threads the air clearer than human throats allow. It skims your sternum, humming where the monk's bass had settled. 12 constellations pulse in time, Orion's belt clinking like a censer chain. Historians note the Council of Nicaea banned mountain harmonies as heresy. But frost heaves keep unearthing older song stones. Something howls beyond the cliffs or harmonizes. The distinction blurs. Your molars thrum D-sharp, maybe, as pressure builds behind your eyes. A 14th century Neoplatonist swore peaks stored music like batteries, taxing harmonies during harvest moons. His excommunication papers mention unholy bookkeeping. You press palms to the stone floor. Granite warms unnaturally. Vibrations climb your wrists, not sound, but meaning before words. The draft lifts arm hairs in waves, goosebumps mapping hidden crescendos. A faded mosaic above depicts David tuning his harp, half the strings broken. Scholars still bicker whether early Christians banned certain frequencies as demonic interference. Light bleeds through cracks in the mortar, starlight filtered through miles of sedimentary rock. Each stratum hums a different chord. Jurassic limestones B-flat, under Triassic sandstones shrill F. Your lungs hitch, breathing sinks to a glacial rhythm older than prayers. Something scrapes the roof tiles, too rhythmic for wind. 3 quick clicks, a pause, 2 drawn-out rasps. The 1923 restoration crew reported similar noises, blamed it on alpine chuffs. Their ledger lists 6 crowbars sacrificed to the rafters, with no explanation. The north wall shivers. Flaking plaster reveals sigils scratched by keepers long gone. One resembles a Spotify waveform. If Spotify streams existed during the Black Death, your chuckle dies as overlapping tones swell mountain and melody, fusing into something that bypasses ears entirely. It hits like a pheromone synaptic, fireworks minus the visuals. A bat explodes from the belfry. Its shriek bends the harmony into blue notes. Medieval bestiaries claim bats carry souls mid-transit. Judging by the feedback whine, someone's grandma just got jukeboxed into the void. Your knees hit stone without consent, not worship, acoustic physics. The floors vibrating at 3 hertz, known to trigger awe responses in controlled studies. Or maybe you're just sleep deprived, that kombucha gallons still in your heirloom fridge. Regret blooms fizz sour behind your molars. Shadows detach from corners, shape-shifting with each chord change. One stretches across the transept, eerily like your 3rd grade music teacher conducting the void. Mrs. Whittaker Wood loved this. She once transited hot cross buns into minor key for emotional depth. The central column groans, its fissure widens a hair. Air surges through the crack, a natural didgeridoo drowning the star song. Your ribs ache from subharmonic punches. This is dubstep for cloistered souls. The 1811 earthquake widened that fracture. Contemporary letters blame Beethoven's Wellington's victory premiere. Dawn's first smear grays the east. The mountain inhales its music. The final chord lingers in your fillings, a dental haunting. As light returns, so does silence, thick enough to choke on. You find a pine needle embedded in your palm. No idea when that happened. The caretaker eyes you from the vestry. He's sweeping up moth wings and something glittery. Scholars, he mutters, though you never said a word. Your phone boots up in the courtyard. 7 Shazam attempts logged. Each result, error. Ambient frequency outside human audible range. Sucking glacial air, you pocket the failure, along with a chip of singing stone warm as a throat. Your boots hesitate on the threshold. The floorboards remember when they were Baltic pines, 16th century timber, shipped through storm-strafed seas, now groaning under pilgrim souls. Each plank bears scars, gouges from hobnailed boots, wine-dark stains from spilled sacraments. You shift left, the wood purrs like a disgruntled cello. 3 heartbeats pass before the sub-bass hits. It's less a sound than a gut punch, a hertz level that makes your fillings ache. History nerds whisper these boards came from a shipwrecked Swedish caravel, though a handwritten margin in a cargo manifest suggests their repurposed gallows. Your toes curl. Is that tar between the seams, or ancient blood? Kneel, the vibration sharpens. Through your jeans, the grain feels alive whorls and knots mapping dead centuries. A 1743 treatise claims monks sanded these boards, with him singing as their guide. Faster tempos meant coarser grit. Your palm splinters on a warped edge. 17 tiny red dots bloom. They pulse in time. The caretaker coughs pointedly. You're blocking his mopping path. Scoot sideways. The floor retaliates with a glissando groan. Local legend says a drunk mason embedded tuning forks beneath the nave. Paired with the correct footsteps, they'd summon Saint George himself. You attempt a waltz step, floorboards hiccup like a dying lawnmower. Dust motes swirl where your weight lifts, each particle outlined in green-tinged light. 14 generations of feet polished this fur, toes pointed toward the altar or bolting for the exit. Archaeologists found fish scales preserved in the lacquer, remnants of penitents who crawled here on All Souls' Eve. Your pinky nail digs at the amber-coated grain. It flakes off, smelling of rosemary and dread. A splintered dip in the aisle catches your heel. Your stumble births a thunderous whomp. Choir members call this the Judas step. It once upended a thieving deacon mid-sermon. Laughter squeezes your ribs until the reverberation unzips your molars. Somewhere beneath you, beetles pause in their chewing, a rare moment of insectal silence. Crouch, ear pressed to a crack. The groan deepens, shifts, resolves into something like speech. 16th century monks wrote of a wooden oracle visions triggered by forehead-to-floor contact. You taste pine resin and ozone, maybe the beginning of prophecy, maybe last week's floor wax. A draft slithers up your sleeve, carrying half a whisper. Burn the rest dissolves into static. 2 paramedics in 1989 swore the planks rearranged themselves post-earthquake, claiming the aisle now pointed 3 degrees north. Church officials called it post-traumatic delirium. Never mind the sundial's new shadow. You align your body like a compass needle, hips due east, palms magnetized. The vibrations sync with your carotid pulse, a duet of flesh and fungi-riddled beams. Light bleeds through a knothole, striking your cheekbone. Peer inside, the void winks back with quartz chip eyes. A 1938 children's hymn book warned against peering into wood's secrets too late. Something glistens in the darkness. A snail shell, a molar. Your breath fogs the tiny portal when it clears. The glint's gone. Shift again. Your weight bridges 2 planks. The resulting moan could flatten a chapel. Field recordings from 71 prove the floor resonates at 52 hertz, the same frequency as a blue whale's song. Coincidence, or timber echoing its origin? You hum a warbling note, the wood answers with a judge's gavel thud. The caretaker sighs. He's heard this duet before. Sunset stains the western windows. The floor's vibrations soften to a purr. 600 years of footsteps have tuned this lumber like a Stradivarius. If Stradivari used nails and carpenter ants, your souls tingle, phantom souls. That kombucha tremors back in your knees. You're half convinced the floor's humming Christmas carols, specifically Carol of the Bells, in a dubstep remix. Kick off your boots. Socks slide on beeswax slick grain. Ice Age reenactors Insist barefoot contact unlocks true resonance. The splinter pricks multiply. Now 23 tiny stilettos. Historians still bicker whether the floor's warping resulted from medieval flood damage or a secret society's sound experiments. A shiver crawls your spine. Or is that termite frass trickling down your collar? The final shaft of daylight retreats, the groan drops to subaudible. Your intestines join the chorus. The caretaker flips the breaker. Electric sconces drown the wood's natural thrum. You mouth sorry to the floor. Receive a creak that might mean apology accepted, or your flies unzipped. Outside, the first star mocks your Shazam failure with perfect silence. A woodpecker drills the eaves, nature's metronome. Your thumb finds a fresh groove in the boards, shaped like a crooked quarter note. Pocket that knowledge, tomorrow's hangover, will scrub it clean. The caretaker offers a vinyl bench cushion, faux leather embossed with bless this mess. You decline the hardwood's malice, feels almost friendly now, like a growling dog that licks your ankle between nips. Moonrise silver plates the warped planks, each becomes a frozen wave. You trace the ridges, a braille message worn smooth by devotion. Someone's initials hide near the pulpit, VG 1612, carved during a forbidden love confession, or a really dull homily. Your own penknife stays sheathed. Vandalism charges aside. The wood might bite back. The floor's final nighttime gasp echoes through the rafters. A dampened piano strings twang. You file it under sounds that'll haunt my shower thoughts. The caretaker yawns with theatrical volume, key jangling like a cowbell solo. Exit on tiptoe. The boards reward your caution with mockingbird creaks. Your shadow lingers on the lacquer quieter now, but still leaving bruises in the grain. Moonlight claws through stained glass. Its silver fingers snag on rising incense. You blink, suddenly the smoke's not just smoke. Each curl becomes a coiling verb, sentences written in cursive air. The sensor swings, its chain squeaks like a rusty hinge in purgatory. Frankincense, resin pops, a sound monks once called the devil's popcorn. Your nose wrinkles at the sweetness, honeyed decay, with undertones of dentist office antiseptic. 6th century Byzantine rituals demanded 7 counterclockwise swings per psalm verse. You count under your breath. 14, 21. The math slips away like smoke through rafters. A tendril brushes your eyelashes, instant tears. Through the blur, shapes emerge. A rearing horse, a pregnant wolf, a hand holding an hourglass. The 1893 Vienna World's Fair showcased holy smokes as proto-cinema. Believers swore they saw saints in the haze. Your Freudian side whispers it's all projection, but that wolf definitely winked. Kneel, the smoke thickens at floor level. Inhale through your mouth, taste shifts. Now it's burnt caramel, now wet wool, now the ghost of a lemon peel. Crusaders smuggled these resins past customs in hollowed Bibles. Tariff records from Acre prove it. Your sinuses burn equal parts devotion, and histamine rebellion. Shift left. The moonbeam catches a fresh plume. Physics says smoke rises. This strand spiral dances sideways. Centuries back, a renegade chanter claimed swirls predicted whether nimbus spirals meant rain. Tight coils signaled frost. His heresy trial lasted 3 days, ended with an accidental incense overdose. You track a corkscrew tendril. Does that mean thunderheads or tax audits? The sensor clangs against its stand. Your molars vibrate. That's Armenian copper. Or maybe recycled Saracen shield metal. Historians still argue whether swinging patterns were liturgical or practical. Airflow, hack versus divine semaphore. You mimic the motion. Your wrist aches. After 7 swings, the caretaker side-eyes you. He's seen tourists try to Instagram this for sure. One party-colored strand escapes through a cracked window, a smoke signal for the moon. 18th century nuns wrote of lost prayers escaping this way. God's inbox overloaded, rooted to lunar backup. You consider waving. Would the man in the moon appreciate middle-aged sarcasm? Probably blocks your ethereal DMs like everyone else. Breath hold contest with the smoke. You lose at 17 seconds. Lungfuls sting like ice wine, bubbles in your eustachian tubes. Medical scrolls from Abbasid, Baghdad prescribed incense inhalation for gout. Results were mixed. C. Flaming beards. Your right hip joint throbs in solidarity with medieval quacks. A sudden downdraft smears the patterns. Now it's just lazy scribbles. The caretaker mumbles about HVAC systems from the 70s. You pretend not to hear. Original ventilation was murder holes repurposed for divine ventilation. The architect's cheeky compromise. Your scarf flutters. Incense ash stains the wool like phantom ink blots. Craned NECK Chinese letter reveals new physics. Smoke pooling like liquid mercury. Tilt your head. The silver puddle ripples. Acousticians swear dense smoke bends sound waves. Maybe that's why the Chants' treble notes taste citrus sharp now. Your earlobe itches. Phantom smoke tendril or existential dread. Place bets internally. The sensor dims. Embers fade to ashen gray. Final threads of smoke cling to moonbeams, dissolving like sugar in holy wine. Renaissance painters cheated using bitumen for devotional haze. Their canvases now flaking into oblivion. You pocket a resin chunk that missed the fire its future. Car air freshener or forgotten junk drawer relic. Moonlight retreats, the dance ends. Nasal aftermath lingers. Ode to sanctity meets sauna mildew. Your watch says 2:17 a.m., the witching hour's awkward cousin. Floorboards creak a lazy cadence, the building's own review of tonight's olfactory performance. 2 stars out of 5 would not transcend again. Wind slaps the east window. Last smoke wisps jitterbug into shadow. Your third yaunt bends into a prayer shape, involuntary liturgy. The caretaker extinguishes the final sconce. Darkness swallows the last visible swirl, but the scent lingers. 13 hours from now, Your laundry will still whisper of forgotten vespers. Wind carries you upward narrow steps groaning underfoot as night presses its wet cheek against the tower door. Rust feathers the iron handle, your palm comes away orange-stained. Ottoman cannons melted this bell in 1578, recast by monks who added a silver tongue for purer resonance. Now it hangs mute, green corrosion, blooming where lips should meet metal. You crouch peering through a bullet hole in the casing. 17th century graffiti stares back, crude crosses, and a smudged memento mori. The 1923 earthquake parted the clapper. It rests below like a fossilized teardrop. Historians still argue whether this was a church bell or siege warning. The truth rusts in peace. A gust slips through the louvers. The bell shivers. Air whistles across its patina, producing a faint og caught between note and moan. Spectral tinnitus or acoustic pareidolia. Your phone's tuning app blinks. C# fading in and out like bad cell reception. The 1891 treatise on forgotten soundscapes claims certain frequencies thin the veil. You check your wallets, still there. Palms flat against the bronze, surface cold as a dentist's mirror. Vibration hums up your arms. That silver alloy conducting more than sound. 8 nuns once rang this daily for 92 years straight. Their collective tinnitus passed down like a cursed heirloom. You press an ear to metal, hearing your own pulse duet with decay. Moonlight glazes the bell's crown, exposing pockmarks from 1762's acid rain. Contemporary diaries blamed vaporous sins rising from nearby sulfur mines. Your shoes crunch pigeon bones, tiny hollows where mites compose symphonies in femur flutes. That's not in the brochure. Wind executes a perfect glissando. The C# sharpens momentarily. Byzantine alarm systems used specific tones to signal invasions. This pitch matches Constantinople's lost siege bells. Coincidence or acoustic warfare? You hum along, your breath fog becomes a visible middle finger to entropy. The clapper's chain sways, though no breeze stirs it. 13 links, medieval blacksmiths considered it an unlucky number. Your shadow mocks you on the curved metal, stretching into a Hook's Law cartoon. Physics jokes hit different at 3 a.m. Below, the caretaker sings off-key, while locking up his voice warps as it spirals upward. The bell bends his G major into a diminished 7th, passive-aggressive harmony at its finest. You pocket a fallen rivet, future paperweight, or regret purchase. Northern exposure birthed this corrosion pattern. Green streaks resemble Marian apparitions. A 1945 Ford, sold as Weeping Virgin Bell, funded the roof repairs. Until the developer noticed it was pigeon diarrhea. Faith moves markets in mysterious ways. Knuckles wrap the bronze. It answers with a tubercular wheeze. Acousticians calculated its fundamental frequency at 528 Hz miracle tone for DNA repair. Your mitochondria shrug. They've heard better beats at Zumba. Iron straps creak, stress fractures, mapping 30 years per inch. Touch the coldest spot. Urban legend says it imprints lunar cycles like tree rings. Your fingertips numbly agree. Dawn's first probe hits the clapper for 3 seconds. It glows like Excalibur. Medieval foundry masters added gold to reflect divine light, or hid stolen jewelry during audits. Either way, sun trumps OSHA up here. Wind executes a pirouette, the C hash now accompanied by a B-flat whisper. Someone's cocktail mixing the harmonic series. Your inner ear stages a revolt, equilibrium flees to Panama. Descending, you're trailed by the bell's residual buzz, teeth vibrating like tuning forks. 19th century engineers called this metallic consumption. You call it haunted karaoke. The caretaker glances up, shakes his head at another ghost-touched tourist. Your shoes crunch gravel in C hash minor, nature's autotune. Key scrapes the lock, a dying vibrato. 300 years of comings and goings have worn this threshold into a sinusoidal wave. You step over it sideways, avoiding the discordant peak. The rivet in your pocket thrums faintly, whether memory or magnetism. It demands a junk drawer throne. Clouds devour the moon. Silence slams down like an iron shutter. But in your left molar's roots, a phantom C hash drills onward. Your heel grinds gravel into the stone floor. The sound mirrors your empty stomach's growl. There, by the moss-furred altar, sits a clay jar so cracked it resembles a spiderweb fossil. Workers left it here in 1903. Or was that 1803? The ledger entry reads one vessel misplaced between reports of wolves and a broken plowshare. Wild thyme spills from its belly, gray-green and smelling like a grandmother's cough remedy. 17th century shepherds packed these jars with rosemary-rubbed bread, half their lunch, half an offering against landslides. Historians still argue whether this particular relic held lamb stew or communion wafers. Carbon dating just screams organic matter. You crouch, knees popping louder than the chapel's floorboards. Time dust coats your fingertips, a scent that outlived empires. Soviet botanists cataloged this strain in '68, noting its antiviral properties kept mold from devouring the bread. Rats apparently hated the stuff. 5 mummified corpses found nearby with disdainful whisker twitches. The jar's glaze has worn into braille. Your thumb reads cracks like a horoscope. Beware of stale baguettes. A stranger offers questionable herbs. Archaeologists found similar vessels in Georgian Bronze Age tombs, storing grain for the afterlife's first snack. This one's afterlife involves candle wax drippings and a drunken seminarian's fingerprint from 55. Lightning flash, your shadow mummifies the jar against the wall. Those cracks align with the stained glass behind you, a martyred saint's ribs framed by pottery scars. Coincidence or divine vandalism? You resist the urge to hum the theme from Indiana Jones. Sacrilege has calorie requirements. Rain seeps under the door, each droplet avoids the time. Smart move. Even weather respects tradition here. Locals still swear the jar refills itself every solstice. Last year's GoPro footage just showed a very sleepy deacon with a Ziploc bag. Press your ear to the jar's equator. It inhales like a lung. Air whistles through micropores, an Aeolian harp for bacteria. Your stomach growls again, this time in a minor. Monks once argued whether hunger heightened devotion. Their hollow-cheeked portraits suggest passive aggression. A splinter of clay comes loose. You guilt shove it back like a guilty dentist replanting a tooth. 19th century pilgrims took fragments for holy gravel. Their letters praise its power to season soup and cure gout. Modern analysis found traces of lead, and one baffling rosemary molecule shaped like Georgia itself. Your phone light reveals the interior, centuries of grime polished into obsidian. Somewhere beneath the time, a shadow moves. Spider, saint's fingernail, the caretaker's lost wedding ring from 97. 3 decades of search parties have voted meh. Wind shoulders through a cracked window, time. Confetti swirls toward the rafters. A sneeze builds in your sinuses. Precious bodily momentum scattering medieval crumbs. The 1532 Codex of Unholy Noises lists sneezing during Vespers as a 3 Hail Mary offense. You swallow the impulse like a heretic. Moonlight bleaches the jar's shoulders, exposing a thumbprint near the base. Too large for the seminarian, too small for the shepherds. Historians still argue whether it belongs to Sister Catherine, the nun who famously smuggled hymn sheets in bread loaves during Ottoman raids. Forensic wax casting remains inconclusive, much like her lasagna recipe. Rain intensifies. Each drop hitting the jar sings a different pitch. Theoretically, you could compose a tune by rotating it. Für Elise meets Tupperware percussion, Gutenberg's worst nightmare. The time scent has migrated into your pores. You'll smell like a roast chicken for days. 18th century brides wore sachets of this stuff to mask. Let's say nervous bouquet. A fringe theory claims inhaling it lets you hear the shepherds gossip. Currently, your brain only offers static and a craving for focaccia. Your pinky grazes the rim. A static shock jumps the gap. Some claim the jar stores winter lightning from 1711. Others blame synthetic fibers. The pop science article in your pocket leans toward dried time triboelectricity, a phrase that killed 2 proofreaders. Dawn licks the altar's edge. The jar glows like borrowed amber. Restoration teams nearly removed it in 88, until the head priest noted how pilgrims left more offerings when it stayed. Practical holiness beats museum rules every time. Backing away feels like abandoning a stray cat, one that survived 6 popes and a pesticide boom. Your shoes scritch backward in retreat. The floorboards hiss in disapproval. That's the problem with accidental saints. They guilt trip you in HD. The caretaker's keys jingle outside. Turnip soup steam invades the nave. He'll wink when he sees your time-dusted knees, another mark joining the jar's invisible guestbook. You pocket a single sprig, souvenir or future seasoning, as rain drums the rhythm of a shepherd's lunch break. Your tongue rasps against the roof of your mouth, parched as the jar's forgotten time. Dawn fasting leaves your throat raw perfect for mimicking those scratched-up Byzantine chant records. You picture tone arms wobbling across vocal grooves, holy warps demanding communion wine lubrication. The snowmelt urn stands sentinel by the north transept, its tin lip dented by centuries of fervent sipping. One gulp and your molars ache. Liquid refrigeration, circa 1436. Medieval monks swore this water retained winter's silence. You just taste iron and regret. No breakfast. Since moonrise, your stomach's empty chamber echoes the chapel's vaults. 14th century chanter manuals prescribed 3-day fasts to thin the flesh around the voice. Modern therapists would have jailed their abbots for wellness violations. You count the water drips sliding down the urn each, plink a metronome for starving choirs. Soviet acousticians camped here in 61 proved emptiness makes ribs resonate 0. 3 seconds longer. Their report mentioned unexplained bass frequencies, filed under State Secret 8301B. A moth bounces off your forehead, dazed descendant of insects that once ate chanters' sweat-stained hoods. The caretaker claims they're tone-deaf. Their wings flap in 7/8 time during mating season. Your knees meet freezing flagstones, penance, or poor circulation. 16th century hymn sheets recommended this pose for purifying bodily humors. You're pretty sure they meant humors, not humor. The joke dies in your drought-stricken larynx. Lichen patterns swirl across the urn's base, ancient mold mapping Georgia's river systems. Researchers found identical growths in Stalin's childhood bathtub. His choir boy years left fungal footprints. You resist licking it for hydration, heroic restraint worthy of a fresco saint. Shadows stretch your throats, now a desert canyon, hosting wind tunnel seminars. Historians still argue whether fasted voices carried farther, or if malnutrition just made monks hallucinate audience applause. The Codex Lusitania mentions a soprano who sang seagulls to death, possible protein strategy. Sunlight laser focuses on the urns, handle your pinky sears against rusted tin. Renaissance metallurgists added mercury for luminous tones, resulting in soprano funerals. You wipe quicksilver sweat on your jeans. Toxicity thresholds are tomorrow's problem. The water's surface ripples, not from your tremors. 42 bubbles cling to the sides. Last night's rainfall, still gasping. 9th century chanters called this the breath of hibernating saints. Modern labs identified anaerobic bacteria. Both explanations require faith. Your uvula feels like a raisin glued to Velcro. You recall Sister Margarita's 1737 vocal warm-ups. glass-shattering scales that allegedly cracked a heretic's eardrum. No food until sundown. Just the phantom taste of stale mints and hubris. Wind sneaks under the chapel door. It carries a farmer's distant shout. The chanters insisted auditory hunger sharpens time perception. So far, you've timed 14 heartbeats per ice drip. Nobel Prize in boredom when light refracts through the urn's dents, prismatic smears warping the altar tapestry. That Saint George looks delicious, his dragon suspiciously pancake-shaped. Fasting hallucinations should come with butter packets. A rusty aftertaste lingers. Did some crusader store his chainmail in this thing? Archaeologists found Crusades-era water skins here in 9. Still fermenting something violent. You glance at the emergency Cliff Bar in your pocket. Its wrapper crackles like a communion wafer. Mic drop. High noon bleaches the snowmelt's illusion of purity. 8 particles per million of shepherd spit, 2% medieval dysentery microbes. A holy probiotic cocktail. Your digestive tract signs afterlife insurance papers. The first chant drone shudders through stone. Your empty gut becomes a sounding board. Centuries of fasted throats imprinted these walls. Their growling G hash now your duet partner. Hunger fades as the chapel's bones hum through yours. Vibrational cannibalism at its most divine. Deep tones rattle your molars, the chapel's stone ribs conducting vibrations like subway tracks. Your collarbones buzz, as if a diesel engine idles beneath the altar. The chanters' mouths barely move their throats, birthing subwoofer growls older than nation-states. Genghis Khan's messengers used throat singing to coordinate attacks across valleys. Medieval Bluetooth with more phlegm. You feel that polymath rumble now. Low C that could have toppled Timur's siege towers. Historians still argue whether these frequencies triggered avalanches or just indigestion from yak butter tea. Your uvula's doing interpretive dance, tickling your esophagus in triple time. 9th century shaman manuals warned against letting the voice demon climb too high. Modern otolaryngologists would bill you for the demonstration. A chanter's elbow bumps yours. Skin contact turns you into a human tuning fork. Mongolian herders once did this with horses, vibrating shared secrets through saddle leather. You half expect your fillings to start broadcasting sheep prices. The bass note shifts your ribcage, becomes a theremin. 19th century seismographs here recorded harmonic tremors hours before earthquakes. They fired the operator for anthropomorphizing geology. Your molars ache in D minor. One singer's beard trembles like a warp drive at idle. You recall a Seattle grunge band that stole this technique. Their bassist now sells alpaca sweaters in Peru. Lips graze your ear. The mountain's true name has 37 syllables, all below human hearing. Your liver disagrees, vibrating like a struck gong. Soviet, Chinese letter, here in 78, picked up a 2 Hz pulse, matched the heart rate of hibernating Caucasus bears. A chanter's fingernail taps your sternum. Suddenly, you're a living soundboard. Researchers found Neanderthal hyoid bones near here, capable of producing these same gut-punch tones. Your breakfastless stomach applauds in gastric cacophony. The vibrations sync with distant thunder, nature's beatboxing competition. A 14th century scribe wrote of singing down blizzards. Weather apps still can't replicate it, but your spleen's doing the cloud dance. Your vision blurs. Sound waves warp the candle flames into sign graphs. Tibetan monks once melted snow this way, sonic radiators for frozen toes. You opt for subtler magic, wishing the vibrations would unknot your lower back. Someone's dentures click in time, involuntary percussion section. Baltic tribes buried their dead with quartz chips, eternal rhythm stones for afterlife jam sessions. Your molars volunteer as tribute. The oldest chanter spits. The globule quivers midair like a jello meteor. His beard holds 3 centuries of vocal fry, enough to stun sparrows at 30 paces. You mentally nominate him for a Nobel in applied gravel. Floorboards hum where you kneel. Victorian engineers swore these planks retained, hashed at grand opera volumes. Your knees receive the memo broadcasting, static through denim. The chant peaks your bladder, becomes an unwanted water phone. 8th century nuns drank mercury to brighten their lows. You'll stick to accidental europhonics, biology's backup choir. Someone gasps a microtone. The pine rafters creak confirmation. Linguists found click consonants in the wall mortar, left by thirsty 6th century chanters. Your tongue experiments discreetly, nearly dislocates your jaw. Silence crashes harder than sound. Your follicles report aftershocks, each hair a seismograph needle. The chapel's foundation stone supposedly contains volcanic glass frequency filter for God's Wi-Fi. A chanter offers snowmelt. His thumbnail bears a half-moon of Georgian pine resin. You sip carefully, half expecting your uvula to start composing operetta. The mountain thrums approval, or maybe it's just your aorta finally sinking to the beat. The chanter's resin-stained thumb points downward. Your knees pivot toward the altar's shadowed base. Rust blooms across an iron box like reverse constellations. Each corrosion flower blooming where centuries of dampness kissed metal. Your fingernail catches the lid, it groans open with a sound dead ringers make for haunted attic scenes. Inside, crisp fragments curl like fossilized rose petals. The top parchment shudders, as if your breath alone could reduce it to cinnamon dust. Dead Sea Scrolls get all the press, but these sheets predate them by 300 years. Their edges bear nibble marks. Ancient silverfish treating sacred texts as all-you-can-eat buffets. You lift a scrap, the ink squirms. Not metaphorically. The actual strokes writhe like nematodes in vinegar. Historians still argue whether monks used fermented wine or type O negative for this ink. Your pulse rate offers a clue. The squiggles accelerate to match your carotid thump. The letters resemble a cross between chicken scratch and Celtic knots. One fragment shows musical notations, tiny spirals that might be neumes, or termite tunnels recorded by a drunk scribe. Your smartwatch buzzes. Apparently your heart's doing 120 BPM in. Is that Gregorian swing time? A breeze sneaks through cracked mortar. The parchments rise like Dracula's little helpers. They hover at chin height, arranging themselves into a phrase only readable through peripheral vision. 9th century Bulgarian banshee hymns did this too. Sheet music for the astigmatic devout. Your pinky grazes a glyph. It transfers to your skin like temporary tattoo residue. The mark pulses syncing with the chapel's residual vibration. Researchers found similar symbols on Olmec pottery shards. Turns out ancient DJs loved a good sub-bass stencil. The box's bottom layer holds something wetter, vegetable parchment gone gelatinous from centuries of condensed breath. It quivers like grocery store jello, revealing half a sentence about the tongue's highway to Hades. Monks loved their spicy metaphors. Your uvula retreats into strategic hiding. Moonlight shifts. The rot becomes art. Mold colonies form a passable treble clef. Penicillins answer to Pilstrina. Someone coughs behind you. The spores scatter like stage fright. Bethesda's from the Hebrew for house of mercy. Right now, you'd settle for house of Clorox wipes. A burnt edge crumbles. You taste honey and myrrh without touching your lips. Medieval scribes licked brushes to sharpen lines. Saliva as the original chemical fixative. Your tongue's now a Licensed Chinese letter Conserv, a Tor. Better update the LinkedIn bio. The largest fragment resists touch. It hums like a fridge motor. Tilt it sideways. The ink rearranges into Cyrillic cursive. Stalin's censors tried burning these in 1932. The flames allegedly harmonized with local folk songs. Pyromaniac music critics called it transcendent, if a bit ashy. Your phone flashlight reveals palimpsest secrets, 3 layers of script battling for dominance. Top layer, 14th century chant notation. Middle, a grocery list for turnips and absinthe. Bottom, stick figures hunting something with too many legs. Historians still argue whether this depicts demons or just really ambitious centipedes. Dust motes swirl into the beam. Suddenly, you're breathing a snow globe of dead skin cells. 10th century monks called this angel's dandruff. You call it a biohazard and make a mental note to Purell later. The box hinge creaks, a sound felt in your molars. 7th century metallurgists added wolf bone ash to forge sacramental iron. Or so claims a dodgy eBay scroll you once bought. The metal warms under your palm, either residual body heat or disapproval at your skepticism. 3 parchment scraps align by accident. Their combined glyphs flash like a retinal afterimage. Tibetan singing bowls use a similar trick, etching mandalas that hum when stared at. Your optic nerves file a union complaint. Your elbow bumps the altar. The fragments levitate into a helical formation. Vatican archivists would kill for this filing system. Too bad they disintegrate upon applause, which you're weirdly tempted to provide. The ink reacts to vocal tones, murmur amen, and it retreats, hum a B-flat, and it undulates like sea kelp. You attempt Bohemian Rhapsody. The parchment tries to strangle itself. Message received. A drop of sweat hits the largest fragment. The ink bleeds into a perfect alto clef. 9th century calligraphers used perspiration as solvent, holy water for the hypoglycemic scribe. Your deodorant fails, a centuries-old test. The box exhales sage and sodium, last week's incense mingling with iron oxide. Your sinuses clear, then flood with the phantom scent of monastic dish soap. Monks were sticklers for cleanliness, when not licking plague scrolls. As moonlight retreats, the fragments settle into their rusty cradle. Their final arrangement spells remember in Anatolian hieroglyphs, or maybe it's a recipe for barley soup. Either way, your fingers itch to text a linguist. The lid falls, its clang shakes, loose a single truth. These aren't lyrics, but fevered dreams of hummingbird hearts, scored for 6-dimensional choirs. Your eardrums flutter in imperfect fifths, while the ink's afterimage pulses behind closed lids, a lullaby in ultraviolet. The newborn's wail slices the chant's velvet fabric, a tiny dagger of sound. Parents from 5 valleys bring infants here, their first wails baptized in these vibrations. You're reminded of Norman midwives swaddling babies in church tapestries, medieval noise-canceling headphones with better embroidery. The current candidate squirms in goat's wool, a knitted sack vibrating with each bass note. His cry starts as a reedy G, slides down to harmonize with the tenors. Local lore claims such children grow up to commune with avalanche warnings. One 78 study found 86% became either opera singers or train conductors, occupations requiring pitch-perfect lungs. A grandmother whispers how her sister's baby shrieked a B minor during Stalin's purges. Sabotage choirs shut them down for counter-revolutionary harmonies. You half expect the infant to belt out the Internationale. Instead, he hiccups, a perfect glottal trill mirroring the priest's vibrato. Moonlight gilds the font, a repurposed Roman sarcophagus filled with snowmelt. Historians still argue whether early Christians chose these to troll pagan ghosts, or just really liked marble discounts. The water ripples, with each vocal peak tiny hydrophone feedback looping into the chant. Pass, the fussy ones get dipped twice. Second plunge, sinks with the subharmonic floor groan. Your teeth ache from the frequency clash. Bluetooth earbuds would explode here. A mother rocks her bundle rhythmically, left sway for Pythagorean ratios, right sway for nursery rhymes. Some say the church's oak beams absorbed centuries of lullabies, now leaking sound like musical sap. You press an ear to the wall, nothing. Then a hiccup resonates through the wood, 2-second delay, turning cries into round song. A toddler near the altar shrieks, dissonant at first, until the chanters adjust their tonic. Now it's Appalachian hymn meets death metal pig squeal. The priests nod sagely. Apparently this counts as centuries-old throat singing technique. Your notes app fills with consult pediatric audiologist reminders. Teenagers loiter outside betting on babies, drachma on the twins, hitting a diminished fifth. Gambling's illegal, but the mayor winks as he pockets a 10-lira note. Birth records show exceptional pitch correlation during WWI armistices. Coincidence or auditory miraculous intervention? You spot a carved crib near the reliquary, its rockers worn smooth by 300 colicky VIPs. Queen Tamer's grandson allegedly napped here, his royal wails inspiring the first polyphonic chants. The cushion still bears ancient drool stains, DNA goldmine, or biohazard bingo. Midwives pass a honey-dipped finger over each tongue, lubricant for vocal cords, or bribe for the acoustic saints. One infant gurgles a melody even the lead cantor struggles to replicate. Dissonance, accept, begins your music theory brain before the sound liquefies into pure cinnamon warmth. A dad hums bass lines to calm his screaming twins, human subwoofer neutralizing their screech overtones. Game recognizes game. The chanters invite him into the choir loft. 3 minutes later, the babies sleep as he belts out Georgian R and B covers. Your smartwatch detects 3 Hz theta waves synced to the building's resonant frequency. Neonatal journals would hyperventilate over this data, if not for the instrumentation error disclaimer. The infant's pupils dilate in time with candle flicks, tiny light meters calibrating for divine exposure. One priest mutters about the lullaby schism of 1603, purists versus reformers, arguing crib placement. Revisionists won by spacing babies equidistant from walls, forming a human dodecahedron of squalling reverb. The current layout looks suspiciously like a Fibonacci spiral. As dawn leaks through stained glass, a final test begins. Elders hum the chant's opening while bouncing newborns on their knees. If the baby coos the closing cadence, they're deemed keepers of the vibration. You count 15 successes before a diaper crescendo ends the ritual. The last cry fades its echo, clinging to the rafters like a shy soprano. Parents depart with future divas and tone-deaf accountants, the mountain keeping score in seismic ledger books. You exit into crisp air, inner ear still resonating with the sound of infants laughing in perfect fourths. You grip the iron railing, its rust flakes imprinting crescent moons on your palm. The chant above fades, replaced by a growl rising through the soles of your boots. 12 steps down, each one colder, until your breath ghosts visible. Historians date these crypts to Queen Tamer's reign. Her engineers supposedly hollowed the mountain's guts for acoustic warfare experiments. Yet your teeth rattle with every bass note. War drums turned hymn. Wavering candlelight reveals niches stacked with skulls, jawbones wired shut with tarnished silver. Local lore claims they'd sing, if freed, a macabre choir tuned to Lazarus's key. Your guide swears excavators once found a femur humming B-flat during digs, turned out to be a cicada nest. Disappointing. Yet you press your forehead to the damp wall anyway. The air thickens, your sinuses clog with the tang of wet limestone and something older. A pillar's fissure exhales. The rush of breath matches your own. Historians still argue whether medieval builders shaped these vaults to amplify chants, or if the mountain's natural echavault did the heavy lifting. Your knuckle wraps a skull-free niche. It pings back middle C with a bluesy quarter-tone bend. 3 monks file past, their sandals scuffing rhythm into dusty grooves worn by centuries of feet. Their chant hits a microtonal diphthong. The floor shudders like a struck timpani head. Your fillings tingle. This must be how subwoofers feel during a dubstep drop. Above, the nave's melody floats down, an uneasy marriage of light soprano and subterranean growl. A skeletal hand's shadow mocks your steps. Long fingers pluck at your jacket's hem. You spin just a warped root breaching the wall. Whispered legends warn of hungry spirits drawn to low frequencies. Bad PR for an otherwise chill crypt. Your phone dies mid-recording. Backup power banks drained by unseen electromagnetism or old-world magic. Take your pick. The deepest chamber's ceiling drips. Each drop lands in tuned clay bowls. Archaeologists identified 19 such vessels in 97, each calibrated to different rainwater notes. Practical? Maybe not, but your boot nudges one. It rings out an F-sharp, harmonizing with a monk's sustained ohm. The overtones birth a third phantom pitch, undeniably Beyoncé's halo bassline. Coincidence? Unlikely. Your guide points to a cenotaph. Its carvings show monks pouring liquid into floor cracks. Revisionists insist it depicts ritual wine libations, until you notice the tiny musical notes above each stream. Turns out the libation anthem wasn't metaphor. They literally fed the mountain melodies. Your water bottle's ambient sloshes suddenly feel like participation. A hidden alcove houses a stone lectern, grooves in the shape of splayed hands. Chalked instructions in old Georgian survive. Push weight here for resonance unlock. You lean, the grating of ancient counterweights shakes, dust from the ceiling. A new frequency emerges, less heard than felt in your adrenal glands. Someone giggles, might be your fraying nerves, or the tomb's caretaker enjoying the prank. The exit stair feels steeper climbing back, the chants, undertow, pulling at your ankles. A skull rolls from its niche, comes to rest at your feet with a xylophone plink. You're 80% sure it's a setup for tourists, 20% ready to update your will, emerging into daylight. The surface choir sounds thin like cheap earbuds after noise-canceling atmos. Your teeth won't stop vibrating. Check later for microfractures. The crypt's rumble follows you downhill, a subterranean bass line to village life's melody. Passing shepherds nod. They've known this truth since childhood. True music doesn't end, it just descends. You crest the hill, wind snaps your jacket hood like a parachute failing. The church huddles below, its stone bulk braced against the gathering storm. Voices spill from gaps in the masonry, not fleeing the gale, bending to greet it. Rain lashes your neck as you duck inside. The door slams behind you with a pipe organ's low whoomp. Monks cluster near the windows, their chant swelling as shutters bang counterpoint. Historians note medieval builders angled these vents west, harnessing Black Sea tempests as natural drone pipes. Tonight's test audience, your eardrums. A soprano note wavers, wind shoves it up a half step. The singers adjust, their vibrato loosening to let gusts thread through phrases. You recall that Balkan folk myth, storm winds carry dead choristers' breaths. Evidence? None, but when a downdraft moans through the rafters, 7 monks instinctively drop their pitch. The hymn gains a ragged edge, sheet music flutters, abandoned as lungs duel the elements. Your hair lifts, not from humidity, but the building itself exhaling through hairline cracks. Architects still feud over those fissures, structural flaws, or breathing vents carved by sound-obsessed masons. Your soda can crumples abruptly, air pressure shifting like a giant lung. Lightning flash, stained glass saints glow radioactive green. Thunder rolls in on beat. The tenors seize it, weaving thunder's decay into their sustained Kyrie. You mutter nature's remix, earning a nun's side-eye. Worth it. Roof tiles clatter a staccato rhythm, hailstones auditioning as percussion. A novice trips over his chant, scowls at the noise. The abbot barks a laugh. We've an army of Rodionovs. You later learn Vladislav Rodionov patented weather-reactive choral arrangements in '62, funded by Soviet cloud seeding grants. Rainwater cascades down the bell tower, funneled through gargoyle mouths, tuned to harmonic minor. Each spout sings a different pitch: A, C hash, F, G combined. The opening chords of Purple Rain. Coincidence or proof Georgian monks invented synthpop? You pocket a drippings-moistened hymn book, future karaoke gold. Your jeans soak through from a leaking vault. The cold makes you shiver in tempo. 14th century contracts required waxed cloaks for chanters, but your North Face knockoffs failing. A bass singer tosses you horsehair blanket itchy, yet radiating centuries of identical chills. The storm peaks, a banshee wail down the nave's length. Monks lock arms, their voices sandbagging the melody against the squall. Roof beams creak in Dorian mode. The whole chapel becomes a thrumming soundbox. You press both palms to vibrating plaster, feeling 3 Hertz frequencies argue in the marrow. Hail transitions to sleet. The song softens, singers conserving breath for nature's outro. Someone stokes the brazier, flames hiss at damp wood, their crackle syncopating the fade-out. Historians still argue whether European storm chants influenced plains' Indian rain dances, or vice versa. You're just glad nobody's chanting for frogs. Dawn leaks through shattered clouds. The final Amen hangs milky blue, dissipating as sunlight fries the last raindrops. Your ears pop, pressure equalizing with the calm. Outside, puddles mirror the bell tower, each ripple a vanishing eighth note. The abbot offers post-storm chai, steam curls, in exact imitation of last night's incense. You sip, taste thyme honey, and whispered secrets of air currents. Your phone buzzes, weather app blaring storm warnings. 6 hours too late. The monks smirk, their weather channel's been howling through stone teeth since way before apps. Wind sneaks back in a playful breeze, riffing on yesterday's melody. It tousles a psalm book, lingers in the rafters, exits laughing. You understand now. The chant never stops. It just changes keys with the sky's mood. Lace up your squelching boots, the mountains already humming the next storm's prelude. The abbot hands you a robe, scratchy wool bites your neck. No tag reads 100% penitence blend, but the fibers announce it raw. Medieval monks wore these year-round, animal fats still clinging to the weave. Natural insulation by winter, chafing martyrdom by summer. You join the swaying line, each step rubs the collar like cat tongues. Novices once rubbed nettles into their sleeves, zealots chasing holiness through hives. Historians found 12th century texts praising the red itch as divine Morse code. You resist scratching until a bead of sweat wires the fabric to your spine. The monk beside you grins, same threads. Since Ivan the Flatulent's reign, God hears prayers scratched in blood. Your under armor would wick away discomfort and centuries of tradition. The wool's rhythm syncs with your shuffle left, itch, right, itch. Scholars argue whether the itch sharpened focus or was just cheap fabric for starved budgets. You sighed with the apocryphal tale of Sister Agatha, wept so hard her robe dissolved. Not happening today. Moonlight reveals moth-eaten hemline tiny gaps where generations picked at threads. One monk's sleeve flaps like a failing flag, yet he chants proud. You imagine bovine DNA in every fiber, herds grazing peaks, now overrun by hikers. The vestments, lanolin supposedly warded off demons, or maybe just alpine lice. A bead of wax drips onto your shoulder. Itch meets burn in a sensory duet. Your knee jerks, nearly buckles the teen behind you. He steadies your elbow, first robe. His tone says you're not the first tourist to spaz. The abbey's founder mandated wool to honor his childhood flock, 16 sheep with names like Stammering Paul. Their portraits hang in the crypt, threadbare tapestries, nibbled by actual moths. You sneeze, dust of 9 centuries, blooms gold in candlelight. Historians still argue whether medieval itch epidemics inspired fiddle music. But your fiddle section's on fire. You reach the altar, rough fabric binds your knees to cold stone. The choir crescendos, each note rattles follicles like a comb's teeth. Your shoulders twitch in 4/4 time. Some claim King Tamar's coronation robe contained camel hair and crushed rubies. This feels more like pig wire and regret. Dawn pokes through a high window. Your shadow reveals 10,000 tiny eruptions. The abbot winks, passing a cedar salve. Holiness shouldn't resemble chickenpox. You nod, itching to ask where they keep the Benadryl. The cedar salve cools your neck until another fiber shifts, a woolen betrayal. The abbot watches your spasm. Ah, you've met the robe's educational properties. His chuckle turns serious. 93 taught us to endure discomfort. You cock your head. He gestures to rain-warped beams overhead. 7 years' dust choked these valleys. Crops withered, mercy petitions piled like kindling. His fingers trace a groove in the pew then. A novice cracked mid-chant, voice split like an axe on dry oak. Chronicles claim clouds gathered during that botched note, fat drops pelting the slate roof. Peasants caught runoff in cookpots, goat bladders, even their own boots. Texts disagree on the chanter's name. Suggestions range from Eldar the Breathy to Tinduk Koba. Your robe itches sharper now, or is that phantom piety? The abbot produces a tin cup. They say the rain pooled first in this. It's dented verdigris where lips once touched. You decline a sip. Dysentery jokes right themselves. Historians still argue whether altostratus clouds care about tenor techniques. But every April monks reenact the cracked note. Half the choir intentionally strains, voices fraying like snapped lute strings. You wince at their falsetto shrieks. God's ears must have been clogged with dust to call that holy. The quirky bit, that tin cup's now enshrined as the holy sputum vessel. Pilgrims leave cough drops as offerings. Your elbow brushes a donation box, fisherman's friend. Wrappers overflow like communion wafers. Someone's phone dings, a modern chime slicing the gloom. The abbot sighs in 93. Our only notifications were starvation and rain. You smirk until another wolf fiber ninja kicks your trapezius. Moonlight glints off the cup's crusted rim. Legends claim it's half miracle, half typhoid incubator. Your neck throbs a Morse code even sister Agatha couldn't decipher. The chant resumes. A tenor's voice fractures on cue. Outside, distant thunder applauds. The thunder's applause dies as wood groans, an unfamiliar creak in the choir's left flank. Your mid-yawn when boot leather scuffs, stone a foreign cadence at the western door. A traveler claps, not on the beat, but that space between chant notes monks consider sacred silence. His mittens muffle the slap, yet every palm strike lands like a cowbell in a lullaby. Tenors cough, basses glare. The abbot's nostrils flare. You spot practiced rage simmering beneath his vows. Ottomans once sent tax collectors with similar rhythms. Their coin-counting claps still haunt regional folk ballads. The stranger peels off a fur hat. Steam rises from his scalp like a spent censer. His eyes dart to the rafters, perhaps tracking the ghost of Georgia's noose. Peace, he booms, 3 decibels too loud for a chapel, housing 7 centuries of whispers. His Bulgarian accent wraps around the word like barbed wire. Someone's sandal squeaks retreat. The chant limps onward, now dragging its syllabic foot through mud. Even the crypt's sub-bass grumbles off rhythm. You swear the cracked pillar's whine sharpens into a wolf whistle. The abbot blocks the man's path. You've brought the devil's metronome. Only my hands. The traveler grins, palms raised like surrendering bare paws. Inter novo, we clap during mealtime prayers. A novice drops his candle, beeswax puddles between floorboards, slow as the chant's disintegration. The Bulgarian starts a knee-slapping jig, each pat-pat-paw syncopation derailing the drone. Angelic harmonies curdle into goat-herder shanties. A bass monk forgets the lyrics, hums the opening bars of Billie Jean instead. Historians still argue whether rhythm disruptions birthed medieval jazz or just the liturgical equivalent of food poisoning. The quirky bit, that traveler's clapping pattern later evolved into a children's game. Georgian kids still slap 3 saints avoid the offbeat during recess. Rules involve pinecones and mild heresy. You press palms to the pew. Its vibration feels like a techno remix. Even the rats pause their wall-scratching symphony, tiny heads cocked in rodent confusion. The abbot grips his censer like a riot baton. We spent Lent of 9 purging your kind of groove. Silver chains rattle as he advances, smoke scribbling threats in the air. The Bulgarian backpedals into a nun's abandoned psalter. Pages flutter open to Psalm 137 by the rivers of Babylon fitting. If heavy-handed, your earlobe throbs, that phantom clappings colonized your cochlea. Days later, while brushing teeth, you'll catch your hands mirroring his destabilizing rhythm. The mountain's granite veins, remember too, geologists report anomalous vibrations under section 21's floorstones. Musicologists whisper about rhythmic viruses, catchy patterns that bypass conscious thought. Case in point, half the monks now hum his damn clap sequence during Vespers. One cellist claims she found the exact cadence in a 14th century shard, scratched by a bored nun. Carbon dating says maybe. Translation says, "Forgive me, Father, for I have groove." The traveler's boots echo down the pass, double-time march at odds with everything. Yet long after he's gone, the wood beams shudder with residual percussion. You slip a fisherman's friend from the holy cup, suck the mentholated peace offering. Somewhere in Sofia, a man grins at his palms, still buzzing from the chapel's acoustics. You run fingers over wax drips, cascading down the candlestick, frozen layers bending light like tree rings. Each ridge marks a St. Tamar's Day celebration, though last year's tilt betrayed the 7.3 Richter shake from Turkish rail construction. One stub burns stubborn near the reliquary, blackened wick, drowning in its own melted decades. Its distorted shadow stretches across the altar. A slumped figure bowing to St. George's chipped spearhead. Monks once timed penitent kneels by how many Lenten candles burned through medieval minute hand gilt. A drip lands on your wrist, hot enough to sting, cold enough to mimic sacramental oil. The scent hits after beeswax and burnt fingernails. 3 layers per hour if the draft dies, mutters a deacon. His calloused thumb rubs the newest Bulga theology degree gathering dust alongside his knack for fluid dynamics. Something shifts in the wax column, a hairline fracture singing like overstretched cello string. The deacon pales. That's the 93 crack. The Rainmaker year. You lean closer, detect faint striations in the rupture. Folklore claims candle stubs from famine years sweat honey during fall springs. Conservationists whisper about Byzantine contaminants in the beeswax supply. The quirky angle. Novices bet barley cakes on drip speed races during blizzards. Last winter's champion, a candle nicknamed Speedy Gonzalez, now molds quietly in the broom closet mausoleum. Flamelight writhes across saint portraits, their gilded eyes tracking the wax's slow descent. One apostle's beard drips gold leaf, mirroring the candle's torso, slowly going marshmallow soft. A novice sneezes, the candle gutters, 14 jaws clench. The flame steadies, collective exhale fogging the chalice. Someone coughs in Our Father. Your knees protest the stone floor hours, folding like the Fibonacci sequence. That stubborn candle's now half its girth, slump-shouldered, yet burning brighter in its final act. The deacon checks his Casio. Its LCD screen clashes with his rope belt. 2% variance from last year's melt rate. He licks pencil lead, jots figures in a margins crowded psalter. Moonlight displaces candle glow, inch by inch, silver meeting gold at the gospel shelf. You recall Armenia's Zoroastrian temples using mercury-coated wax rods for solstice tracking. No one admits which practice came first. The wick drowns last gasp sputter, sending up a sulfur curl. Floorboards groan as monks shift weight, arthritic toes, anticipating the Amen cadence. Silence pools like spilled wax. 4 heartbeats, 5. The deacon's pencil hovers, waiting for the roof crack choral cue. Candle remnants puddle into a Rorschach smear, vaguely resembling the travel-lost Bulgarian's grin. Iron hinges shriek on schedule dawn wind whipping through the door. Wax puddles ripple concentric circles, etching their final chapter into oak. Bronze bells shudder into motion, their late arrival scraping the throat of night. The deacon's pencil snaps on secula. You pocket a wax shard, its edges sharp enough to score skin. By breakfast, it'll soften in your fist, a warm and fading psalm. The wax shard warms in your pocket, a stolen psalm melting against thigh. Moonlight follows you up spiraled stairs, each step echoing the chant's aftertaste, lingering in your molars. Rusted hinges protest as you push into the bell tower, air thick with pigeon down and abandonment. Decades of droppings crust the ropes, their hemp fibers fused into fossilized vines. No one comes here after dark, warned the deacon. His voice had carried that tourist brochure cheer, masking the way. His knuckles whitened around his pencil. You spot Georgia's legacy. First, frayed sandal prints preserved in lead dust. They circle the silent bell, pacing a clockwise spiral that ends at the southern window. The iron colossus hangs motionless, verdigris devouring its Cyrillic inscription. Modernists argue 12th century Georgians sourced their bronze from melted Roman artillery, while traditionalists insist it's watered-down Persian zang. Lean closer, inhale oxidized metal and mildewed timbers. Your breath dislodges a dust plume, revealing numerals scratched into the beam. VII, XIII, XIX monks claim their hymn counts. Masons mutter about load-bearing limits. The cheeky caretaker insists Georgi tallied his favorite mushroom omelet recipes. Wind whistles through louvers, an off-key tenor to the chapel's distant hum. Place your palm on the bell's cold waist. It thrums with subsonic memory. Some say Georgi acid-washed the bell with sour wine to mute its voice. Others whisper he forged a duplicate tongue, selling the original to Ottoman scrap dealers. Your thumbnail picks at crusted green flakes. Budapest's musicologists once spectrographed the rust, claiming it resonates at 437 Hz, the devil's concert pitch. A floorboard creaks behind you, except you haven't moved. The sound comes again, synchronized to the chant's final syllable, seeping up through floor cracks. Lean over the rope ledge. Flick your lighter, its flame gutters on an updraft. 3 stories below, monks process out in woolen silence. Historians still argue whether Georgi fell, jumped, or was helped into that noose. The rope's hemp matches the bell cords, but the knot was alpine, not Georgian. Your shoulders tense as the last monk exits. Drafts die. Now the tower breathes. It starts in the rafters, a raspy inhalation. Dust motes swirl into vortices, tracing the shape of a suspended man's final sigh. The bell remains rigid. Your neck hairs lift anyway. That breath coils around the tower, slipping between inhaled octaves to harmonize with the chants, Amen. Blink, and it's gone. 2 pigeons erupt from the belfry, wings clapping like a clumsy round of liturgical applause. Their feathers brush the bell, inciting a phantom hum in your molars. You pocket a flake of bronze. Town drunks swear these scraps cure gout if placed under the tongue during waning moons. Descending feels like shedding chainmail, each step lighter as the tower's grip loosens. At the base, your wax shard has fused into a milky lozenge. Through a slit window, dawn pinks the horizon. Somewhere above, a dry cough punctuates the silence. 16th notes of deferred justice. Moonlight stripes the altar, steps your shadow stretched thin as a communion wafer. That silver chalice winks at you, its stem crusted with wax from 1,000 amens. You half expect grape juice, third symphony of cheap liturgical catering. But the scent hits first, cold metal and burnt almonds. Mercury, Byzantines once drank it for immortality, though their skulls tended to crack first. The cup's quicksilver swirl defies gravity, a miniature typhoon. Local lore claims miners poured liquid silver here during the 43 quake, appeasing some subterranean thirst. Historians roll their eyes, yet that shine doesn't match last century's goblets. Your pinky dips in frost clings to skin. The liquid parts like molten mirror, revealing 3 faces warped in its lens: yours, a monk's, and someone's missing a nose. Drink deep the mountain's marrow, murmurs a voice from the crypt stairwell. Could be Father Lasha, could be wind. Either way, peer pressure's a bitch. The sip freezes your fillings. Mercury, gallium, knockoff Stolichnaya. It slithers down a glacier with delusions of vodka. Your uvula quivers, somewhere between gag reflex and spiritual ecstasy. Chant vibrations resurge, now mingling with metal. Your molars buzz like tuning forks, harmonizing with the chalice's 327 HC hum. Denver metalheads would riot for this merch. A drop escapes your lip, sizzles through the altar cloth. It etches a spiral, matching the bell tower's sandal prints. The deacon's gonna love invoice season. Hold the chalice to moonlight, its engravings squirm. Crusader crosses melt into amoebas, then reharden as Soviet tractor emblems. History left its graffiti here, boozy and unrepentant. Another sip. This time the cold bites deeper. Vision sharpens, each candle flame splitting into triple wicks. The chant's Amen cadence now tastes like sacrificial nickels. Your elbow knocks a hymnal. It falls open to Psalm 137. By the rivers of Babylon. But someone's scribbled over harps, replaced it with lead pipes. Footsteps approach slow, sticky. The communion wine's underside sweats mercury beads. You dab one with your sleeve. It rolls off, carving a tiny canyon in the wood. We recycle, drones a novice, materializing with a ciborium. His eyes linger on your tainted sleeve, that chalices from the old mercury mines. Closed in 61, pure coincidence. It's not convincing. His earlobe sports a hearing aid, its plastic tinted mercury red. Townies whisper about monks implanting cesium capsules, better to tune their prayers. The chalice trembles its vibration, syncing with your tinnitus. Remember those Budapest musicologists. They'd wet themselves over this, live streamed on Twitch with emo filters. Cold numbs your lips now, a bargain bin Novocaine high. The chant swells, its warmth battling Mercury's viper kiss. Your breath fogs the air, each puff a staccato semi-breve. Half the wine remains. To drain it would be hubris. To abstain, heresy. You split the difference, letting a drop linger on your incisor. The metallic tang blooms into licorice, into coal smoke, into your first kiss behind the bike racks. Wait, no, that was juicy fruit gum. A bell tolls, except the tower's been mute for decades. The sound comes from your sternum, where mercury pools in a private baptismal font. Monks file in for matins, their eyes avoiding the chalice. Their chant resumes, but now you hear the scrape of minors, picks beneath each note. Dawn bleeds through stained glass. The mercury dims to pewter. Your tongue traces teeth, discovering a new gap where molar fills once anchored. The novice returns empty-handed. He studies your face, notes the frozen vapor at your nostrils. We've all been there, he lies. As you exit, sunlight hits the chalice. It's just a tarnished cup now, its quicksilver heart tucked away until next vespers. Your stolen bronze flake burns in your pocket, conducting residual vibrations up your sciatic nerve. Town legends swear mercury sips reveal your death date. But all you see is the deacon's invoice, floating in a silver void. The stone swallows the chalice's last reverberation, its hum absorbed by mortar older than the Reformation. Your boothiel grinds something brittle, a husk of weevil-riddled communion bread, perfect metaphor for this century's liturgy, stale and full of holes. Scratching pierces the quiet, sharp claws on oak beams. At first, haphazard scrapes. Then patterns emerge, a syncopated tick-tick-tock-tick, like Jean Krupa trading fours with a metronome. You press your ear to wainscoting, splinters catch your earlobe. The gnawing syncs with the chants, offbeats, nature's own rimshots. Medieval monks journaled about this, their margins filled with sketches of lyre-strumming rodents. St. Brendan's hagiography mentions a choir of vermin chewing hymns into cathedral rafters. Historians dismiss it as ergot-induced visions, but your tingling scalp suggests otherwise. A pine marten darts across the transept, its claws click Morse, code on flagstones. The scratching intensifies, now counterpointed by tiny squeals. Acoustic ecology, nuts would cream their cargo shorts over this, biosymphonics, or some such TED Talk bullshit. You spot movement in a ceiling crack, 12 whiskered noses aligned like pipe organ reeds. Their teeth flash, carving fractal grooves into timber. Each splinter's pop lands squarely on the chant's suspended fourths. The monks don't even flinch. This percussion section's rehearsed. They prefer Phrygian mode during Lent, mutters a baker monk kneading dough by the sacristy. His rolling pin thumps the table, an implicit downbeat. The scratching shifts key modulations worthy of a rodent Debussy. Someone's done field research here. That 78 Oxford study proved rats groove to Mozart, pressing levers longer during sonatas. But this is free jazz with teeth. Your toes tap involuntarily, a biological metronome overridden. A chanter catches your eye. He nods toward the walls, sly grin under his beard. Best keep moving, yes. St. Drogo's mice once gnawed a pilgrim's sandal straps mid-prayer. His chuckle vibrates at 128 Hz, same as the floorboard's growl. You tiptoe along the ambulatory, every step answered by frenzied scrabbling. The rhythms grow complex, polyrhythms that give Dave Lombardo tennis elbow. Dust motes jitter in sunbeams, visual bass drops. Beneath, a spider-webbed confessional shadows reveal the maestros. 3 generations of rats, elders conducting with twitchy tails, juveniles on hi-hat acorn shells, neonates chewing tremolo effects. Their collective timing, impeccable. The Berkeley College of Rodentia would award honorary degrees. Historians still argue whether medieval vermin infestations inspired early ground rhythms in polyphony. Brown University's 2011 paper claims troubadours stole cadences from termite colonies. Peer review called it interdisciplinary indigestion. Yet here, centuries later, the collaboration continues. Uncanny, unpaid. A pup overdoes a paradiddle, its syncopation clashes with the die's eerie verse. The alpha rat nips its flank. Discipline, people. The chanters never miss a beat. They've heard worse from backpackers humming Kumbaya in 7/8 time. Your cassette recorder's almost full. You hit pause, the scratching falters. 20 beady eyes glare through a mouse hole. Oops, the baker monk slides you a honey roll apology bribery. They're territorial about their art, he whispers. Last termite infestation. Beautiful microtonal buzz, till the exterminators came with Johann Pachelbel on loop. Cultural genocide. As non-communion wine swirls in your stomach, so does guilt. You leave the roll as tribute. The gnawing resumes, now with extra staccato venom. Message received. Sunset stains the vaulted ceiling. Rats retreat, their final retardando echoing in copper gutters. You exit under a graffitied corbel. RATZINGER was here, 1412. Your rental cars, wheel wells already shelter a Martin, and its kit, rehearsing a cover of Inagada Vida on brake lines. The brake line's final thunk echoes off the monastery wall. You half expect Martin applause. Instead, a deeper vibration thrums through your souls, as if the mountain cleared its granite throat. Your flashlight catches the north pillar. A jagged crack splits its spine. Medieval masons built these columns to last millennia. Yet this one groans like a middle-aged dad bending for loose change. You press a palm to cold stone, chalky residue clings like powdered regret. History never mentions the real cost of Gothic engineering. Those flying buttresses everyone gushes over, pure structural Hail Marys, medieval duct tape for bad math. This pillar's stress fractures date to 1493, same year Columbus accidentally discovered pineapple on pizza. A bassoon-like moan shudders the air, the chant's low E-flat hitting resonance. The crack widens 1/8 of an inch. Dust rains into your collar. 11 monks scoot left. They've danced this tango before. It prefers Dorian mode after Vespers, hisses the vestment mender, untangling a shredded chasuble. Her needle jabs rhythmically, puncturing linen in time with the pillar's whine. You count the intervals, 9-8 seconds between creaks, perfect lunar tidal rhythm. That's no accident. Byzantine builders tuned their cisterns to a equals 432 Hz for divine resonance. This pillar, C#, the same note Tibetan monks used to shatter whiskey glasses. You hum a test tone. The stone answers with a bronchial wheeze. 3 meters up, crumbled plaster reveals Roman numerals scratched into the core. LVII, XLII, a mason's workout log, or bets on how long till collapse. Touch the carvings. Your fingerprint fills grooves worn smooth by 5 centuries of anxious groping. Night air hisses through fissures, a natural slide whistle. Each gust plays the crack like a fipple flute, improvisations that make Jethro Tull blush. You catch a melody, eerily similar to smoke on the water's riff. Coincidence? Or proof Deep Purple toured here in 72? Historians still argue whether Gothic architects intentionally designed singing cracks as part of sacred acoustics. That Oxford symposium got heated, one professor threw a protractor. Meanwhile, this pillar's doing its best Eddie Van Halen impression, regardless. Moonlight exposes iron staples hammered along the fracture, failed attempts at dental work. Rust blooms around each one, bloodstains on a geological wound. Your knife taps the nearest staple. It pings a perfect B. 8 more create a chromatic scale from hell. A monk slides you a clay cup. Drink, it'll steady your humors. The liquid tastes like licorice and despair. Your sinuses burn, but the pillar next wail now vibrates at a pleasant F-sharp. Footsteps above the bell ringer's ghost pacing his tower, or just termites in Laubautins. The floor quivers as the chant crescendos. Your molars buzz like cell phone alerts. That ibuprofen in your backpacks, expiring faster than your will to live. Circa 1602, workers tried sealing the crack with goat cheese mortar. Big mistake. The smell attracted wolves, and an ambitious, if lactose intolerant, pack leader ate through 2 buttresses. Lesson learned: never mix dairy and masonry. You lean back, head touching stone. The vibration slides up your spine, rearranging vertebrae like alphabet soup. For a glorious second, your human auto-tune. Then a woodpecker starts drumming on the south transept. The monks glare at the bird, unamused by this avian Andy wood. The vestment mender lobs a thimble, misses by decades. Your suppressed laugh shakes the pillar. It retaliates with a subsonic belch. Karma's a harsh acoustician. Dawn approaches. The crack exhales a final dissonant chord, half-diminished seventh, with delusions of grandeur. 57 monks cross themselves in unison. The pillar still stands barely. Always barely. Your rental car's dashboard glows, engine cooling in the frost. That distinctive crack pattern mirrors the pillar's silhouette, a souvenir etched in steel. The Martins approve. They've already composed a power ballad about it. The engine's idle hum fades, replaced by a prickling down your neck. Not the cold, Each hair lifts like a divining rod, attuned to the chant, still thrumming in your molars. You glance at the rearview empty seats, except for those imprints on the leather. Red brake lights paint the switchbacks below. Roman engineers built these roads to march legions. Now they ferry hatchbacks with peeling decals. Your wheels bump over ancient grooves, legionnaires, ghosts muttering about tribunes who never fixed potholes. The steering wheel thrums, same frequency as the pillar's final groan. That licorice despair still coats your tongue. You fumble for a mint, find only a Soviet era coin from '87. Flip it heads, shows hammer and sickle tails, reveals a tiny electromagnetic sensor. Historians still argue whether Cold War acoustic studies here sparked the church's haunted reputation. Goose flesh spreads to your elbows, a cellular standing ovation. The chanter's words echo now, not through air, through marrow. Your ribs become tuning forks. Blink, the road ahead shimmers with heat haze. Or are those figures, 87 of them, 93, multiplying like a migraine aura? Radio static coughs to life. Between pops, a baritone singing Georgian polyphony. You jab the power button. The voice continues. It's coming from the glove compartment. Inside, nestled in the manual, a dried sprig of thyme from the altar jar. Tires skid on gravel. The coin rolls under the seat, emitting a faint jiger chatter. Seatbelt locks as you fishtail, but the phantom choir crescendos. Your dashboard lights spell DOBP, Ope Age Al Ave A Teyeri, in flickering Cyrillic. The rental agreement never mentioned this upgrade package. Cold War trivia time. Soviet Paranormal Division 12 tested infrasound here in '64. Their report: useful for interrogations, less effective against bats. You white-knuckle the wheel, wondering which frequency induces carsickness. The time crumbles, scent summoning memories of that monk's clay cup and its contents. A shadow falls across the road, no cloud in sight. The temperature plummets, your breath fogs the windshield, etching symbols matching the pillar's cracks. They glow faintly Aramaic. Linear B. IKEA assembly instructions. No time to parse tires, find asphalt again as the shadow lifts. The valley sprawls below, a patchwork of vineyards and abandoned collective farms. Your arm hairs snap to attention like Kremlin cadets. The listeners aren't in the car, they're everywhere. Fields, power lines, that rusty Lada on blocks behind a shack, all humming subharmonics of the chant. You brake at a lookout, the monastery now a speck on the peak, its cracked pillar glowing faintly. Your phone dies, no signal anyway. But the valley pulses alive with unseen throats. Cicadas, wind turbines, could have sworn you heard a perfect G major chord ripple through the pines. A truck barrels past, its trailer stacked with sheep. They stare, eyes reflecting your headlights times 100. One bleats, a vibrato that slides from D-flat to existential dread. The driver doesn't notice, or pretends not to. Smart man. Back on the road, A roadside shrine whizzes by. Mary's statue holds not a child, a smoke detector, fresh batteries, red LED blinking. Your goosebumps migrate south, knees now doing the wave. The chant's cadence syncs with mile markers, each kilometer a measured breath. Dawn bleeds across the horizon, the unseen choir dimming with each ray. Your skin settles, follicles exhausted from their ovation. Fleetwood Mac's Rhiannon plays from no discernible source. Coincidence? The universe's worst playlist. Doesn't matter, you're harmonizing. The coin stops clicking. Road signs reappear in familiar alphabets. Gas stations, billboards, a McDonald's shimmering like a capitalist mirage. Your shoulders drop the chant, reduced to a tingle in your fillings, but the rear view still shows imprints, shifting positions when you blink. Turn the key at a rest stop, engine dead silent. Through the tinnitus, a final baritone murmur. They're always listening. Could be the rental's faulty alternator, could be 5 centuries of echoed prayers. The glove compartment pops open empty now, except for pine resin scent and a perfect circle of frost. Your foot slips on thawing gravel, ice crystals surrendering to first light. The eastern skyline bleeds pink through jagged peaks, ancient as the granite itself. A yawn escapes your jaw popping in G minor. Across the valley, one final star winks out like a blown votive candle. Stained glass blazes awake, ruby and cobalt splashing over frescoes. Scholars note these 12th century pigments contain crushed malachite. Same green Byzantiums emperors wore in death portraits. Your shadow stretches 10 meters, head distorted across cracked flagstones. It mimes your movements, half a beat delayed. The chant thins, voices peeling away like birch bark. Youngest monk first, his Adam's apple bobbing in relief. Then the woman who hummed harmonies through her nose. Finally, the deaf teen, his foot-stomped rhythms dying mid-vibration. 5 centuries back, monks supposedly survived on lichen tea and cliffside echoes. Now, it's Nicorette patches and Bluetooth hearing aids. Dawn's glare hits the altar. The brass cross becomes a branding iron. Your corneas throb, but the oldest priest keeps singing. His neck tendons stand like lute strings. Rumor says he's 112, or maybe just unvaxxed, since 91. Either way, his vibrato could shatter a wineglass. If the church still had wine. Sunrise reveals something. Slick trails crisscross the floor. Not water, not wax. Biologists identified the slime in 7, a rare mold activated by low-frequency resonance. Your soles stick slightly, each step whispering SHHK, SHHK against stone. The priest stomps louder, drowning out your fungal percussion. Gold light hits his face. Wrinkle patterns mirror the mountain's erosion. He sways, not from devotion. Bad hip, dehydration. Historians still argue whether Georgian chanters tied rocks to their ankles to ground the sacred vibration. You resist the urge to check his pant cuffs. Someone's phone chirps, a Nokia ringtone from the crypt era. Sheepish coughs ripple through remaining chanters. The priest glares, launching into a blistering melisma. Birds scatter from the rafters, their wings clapping accidental applause. Your sternum buzzes, same pitch as a didgeridoo's drone. 3 remaining voices now, then 2, then his lone baritone. Architects would kill for this acoustics data. How limestone walls amplify a dying man's breath. Your throat constricts, empathy or Pavlovian response. Last night's metallic hymn still coats your taste buds. A sunbeam lands on the holy cup, boiling off residual quicksilver. Steam curls in lazy spirals. The priest's last note bends sharp, chasing it. In 3, a German musicologist swore he'd recorded a perfect sine wave here. His device later combusted, leaving scorch marks shaped like Neum notation. Quiet seeps in heavy as wet wool. The priest slumps, hands still cupping invisible sound. Wind whistles through arrow slits, nature's mic test. Some claim the chant never actually ends, just shifts frequencies beyond human range. Your molars disagree, their hum downgraded to a dentist's drill purr. He staggers, gripping the altar like a ship's rail. 214 steps to the crypt's resting bench. The floor tilts, or maybe your inner ears still hostage to yesterday's infrasound. Cold War operatives tested balance disorders here, but that's Section 12's problem now. Sun fully up. The leftover chanters shuffle out like factory workers post-shift. One lights a Marlboro sacrilege or sacrament. Smoke curls mirror the incense from hours prior. The priest mutters in a dialect even Google can't parse. Last night's mystery, today's shrug. Outside, dew evaporates with theatrical haste. Grass blades spring upright, rehearsing for tomorrow's matinee. Your rental car waits, passenger seat stacked with half-baked conclusions, and a pinecone you're too sentimental to ditch. The priest collapses into shadow, becoming another pillar. Another crack in the melody's endless score. Hey guys, tonight we're crawling up a mountain path where whispers get stuck between cliffs like old gum under pews. And no, there's no gift shop at the summit. Picture this. Gravel crunches under your boots like burnt toast shadows, stretch longer than a Monday meeting. And every rock face hums with chants nobodies sung aloud in centuries. Look, I know you're scrolling through sketchy Wi-Fi in a Target parking lot right now. But this might actually make you forget your carts, still full of discounted Halloween candy. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe. But only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. Drop a comment with your location and local time too. Nothing bonds strangers faster than realizing someone's watching this in Reykjavík at 3 a.m. while eating cold pizza. Now dim the lights, maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. You're here because the path chose you, let's be real. That guy who recommended this hike, probably sipping cocoa in a heated cabin right now. Your boots skid on scree, each step kicks up the smell of wet slate. And something older, damp parchment, maybe, or the inside of a cathedral's forgotten crypt. Off mic, I'd say it's mold, but we're feeling poetic tonight. Fun fact, Georgian chants actually predate Gregorian ones. Monks here were harmonizing in 3 parts before Europe figured out 2. Not so fun fact, some scholars swear the mountain drinks sound. Stories say scribes would trek up here just to transcribe the wind, then forget every word by dawn. Historians still argue whether those manuscripts ever existed, or if the thin air cooked their brains. Twilight's doing that thing where it leaks through pine needles like sieve-dripped honey. Your lungs bite at the cold, sharp enough to make you wonder why humans ever left sea level. The chant echoes start soft, like someone left a radio on in another room. Except it's inside the rocks, a bass line thrumming up through your souls. You swivel your phone's flashlight, nothing but lichen-crusted boulders, and your own breath turning to fog. Side note, NASA once studied these mountains for Mars simulations. Turns out the soil's so alkaline, even microbes get bored. Quirky, right? But you're not here for dirt trivia. That hum's getting louder now, not a melody yet, but the shape of one, like a vase waiting for water. Your jacket zipper jingles as you climb, metal teeth clinking counterpoint to the unseen choir. The path tightens, shoulders scraping stone walls worn smooth as ballet slippers. Ahead, the first switchback. Your thigh muscles scream in 7 languages. Remember that yoga phase last January. Yeah, neither does your body. The chant swells guttural vowels now, no words. Some claim these harmonies sync with the Earth's magnetic field. Others blame 9th century monks who mixed too much mead with their prayers. Either way, your pulses slowing, coaxed into a rhythm older than the coins in your pocket. Moss squelches underfoot, your third near-face splint in 10 minutes. Should have packed knee pads instead of that third protein bar. The air's thick with pine resin and the musk of something wild, maybe goat, maybe ghost. Your flashlight dims, a dramatic timing we're not even gonna question. Above, stars smear across the sky like salt on obsidian. Below, the valley's vanished, swallowed by mist that moves like liquid. One rule of night hikes: never look back, but plot twist you do. The path's gone, just a wall of fog chewing gravel like Pac-Man. Your throat tightens, or is the chant tightening it? The notes coil around your ankles now, insistent as a cat wanting breakfast. You freeze because ahead lights, not firefly flickers, but steady gold leaking through a crack in the stone. Turns out mountains have veins. Who knew? That glow's the same burnt orange as old street lamps, but softer, warmer. Your hand brushes the rock. It thrums like a plucked cello string. Some say the first monks carved their chapels straight into a meteorite. Geologists call it basalt with delusions of grandeur. Either way, it sings. And tonight, you're walking straight into its throat. Your boots slow, as stone swallows gravel, each step now muffled by green velvet. 48 mossy slabs rise ahead, their edges blurred under centuries of rain. You learn fast why medieval builders favored moss insulation. Those fuzzy carpets kept crypts drier than modern concrete. Though whoever planted this batch forgot trimming duty, tendrils lick your ankles like the church's first defense. A rusted gate blocks the path, its iron teeth clenched tight. You push. Metal screams, the sound carves valleys in your skull. Funny how gates always wail loudest when guarding nothing but dust. That squeal could have scared off Ottomans if the siege of 1573 hadn't ended with both sides sharing fig preserves. Historians still argue whether the truce was strategy or just a joint craving for snacks. The ivy's damp chill seeps through your sleeve. Stranger, still patches feel warm. Locals swear winter monks brewed tea from these leaves, steeping lichen until steam softened their fasts. Your fingers brush a paw print fossilized in stone, unbidden. Some claim stray cats marked the steps during plague years, their scratches now holy relics. You pocket a crumbled leaf because who doesn't want cursed tea ingredients? Mist thickens, blurring the church until only its spine remains. Your boothiel catches a dip worn smooth. 40,000 pilgrim knees, 4 million raindrops. Either way, the groove cradles your soul like a crone's palm. 3 more steps, your shadow finally touches the door. Oak planks banded with iron, and one cracked hinge whispering, "Psst, over here." Those dark streaks aren't rot. Crusaders scraped off armor rust here, rubbing metal until it sang for blessings. The sour tang of old iron lingers, or maybe that's just your pulse. You trace a dent shaped like Lithuania, if Lithuania were 4 inches wide and made by a drunk blacksmith. Wind shoves you forward, a cold hand between your shoulder blades. The door exhales yeast and wet wool, the ghosts of forgotten bakehouses and drenched choir robes. One cobweb clings to your ear, its owner probably drafting a complaint. Your flashlight reveals claw marks low on the wall, too small for wolves. Child monks practicing letters. Goat kids smuggled inside. The debate fuels 3 dissertations and a folk metal album. A stoop's basin holds rainwater and what might be beetle wings. You dip fingers without thinking. The chill climbs your veins like ivy, settling behind your ribs. Some claim sacramental wine once flowed here, though locals will wink and mention a still hidden under the apse. Your knuckles brush a St. Crispin medallion, its face worn smooth as a river stone. If you breathe slow enough, the air tastes like slow-roasted chestnuts and unresolved penance. The threshold crumbles underfoot, crumbling into a mosaic of eggshell fragments. Historians found 37 burials beneath these steps, each body curled like a question mark. You're standing on a bone hourglass, sand replaced by centuries of trampled mud. A folk tale claims the final priest's ghost shovels debris nightly, still determined to tidy up. Look close at the doorframe. Someone scorched a music staff into the wood. Your thumb finds a chipped note marker, low C maybe. Press it. The timber thrums. A bass tone shakes grit from the hinges. For half a heartbeat, the entire church inhales. Beeswax candles light themselves in your mind, 27 flames flickering without wind. Then the moment passes. The door creaks open, revealing nothing but dust motes dancing in dead air. One step inside, granite swallows your shadow whole. The threshold's last gift. Moss trapped in your boot tread, smuggling living green into the nave. 3 breaths later, a distant clang echoes. Could be the gate slamming, or that tinny ping of the monk's dinner bell still swinging after 700 years. Either way, you're in. Granite arches loom each rib slick with centuries of condensed breath. You crane your neck, counting 12 keystones carved into animal snarls. Wolves, bears, time gnawed their features into Rorschach blobs. Medieval masons mixed egg white and volcanic ash for mortar, a recipe stolen from Byzantine bathhouse architects. The result? Joints tighter than a miser's purse, despite 500 years of mountain frost. Your flashlight beam grazes a pillar, exposing veins of fool's gold. Someone chiseled a tiny goose near the base, its neck twisted in panic. Locals whisper about a lovelorn mason adding it as protest. After his prize, gander got stewed for Abbot Alaric's name day. Historians still argue whether the carvers were local hermits or imported Slavs paid in salt and suspicion. Candlelight ahead wavers, casting a lone flame's golden slur. You approach, kicking up pollen older than the Reformation. The lantern hangs crooked, its chain eaten by verdigris. Beeswax drips stalactites onto a ledger slab below. Names erased, but the death date shines fresh. 1348. Ah, the Black Death's calling card, chiseled by hands that would join the tally within weeks. A crack splits the eastern arch wide enough to hide a psalm book. You peek inside. Cobwebs glint with mica flecks, looking suspiciously like glitter. Did some Baroque-era teen stash forbidden love notes here? The wall whispers back your own breath bouncing through stone. 3 steps left, the floor dips like a ship's deck. You steady yourself against a capital and freeze. Your thumb finds grooves, shallow, deliberate. Moon phases, battle tallies. Nope. Someone carved a hopscotch grid, complete with a kickstone wedged in the 7 square. Evidence of choir boys mocking vespers, or a mason's kid killed time between hauling mortar. Shadows pool where the candle fails. Your boot grinds gravel, the sound sharp as a snapped lute string. Dust swirls, briefly forming a face with too many teeth. Pareidolia's a bitch in holy places. That's when you notice the candle isn't burning, hasn't burned. The flame is sunlight refracted through a crack in the dome, hitting a quartz vein just so. Nature's votive, ignited only at midsummer dawn. You exhale too hard. The light shivers, reshaping into a stretched out S, first letter of a forgotten word. or the church's final scribble before the roof fell in. Your ear brushes cold stone, listening. Grain shifts, a subaudible growl, structural settling, or the mountain complaining about uninvited guests. A chip of plaster crumbles, hitting your collar. You glance up. Faded red pigment clings to a vault, once vivid as a blood orange. Ultramarine peeks through soot, hinting at a starscape devoured by mold. Restorers in 1923 found 6 layers of paint, each choir director's ego immortalized in gouache. The current grime, call it God's last layer. Wind hisses through arrow slits, playing the wall like a flute. Your nape prickles, the kind of chill that means someone's walking on your future grave. Lantern light quivers, projecting your silhouette onto a fresco. For 3 seconds, a horned giant looms over St. George. You sidestep, accidentally kicking a loose tile. It skitters, revealing charred bone fragments. Kneeling, you sift ash through fingers. Too fine for hearth remains, Inquisition bonfire. Heretical texts, a drunk deacon's cheesecake disaster. The window above offers no answers, just a smear of pigeon guilt on the glass. The candle's golden smear creeps, now gilding a marble tomb. Latin loops proclaim the sleeper's virtues. But erosion rewrote beloved Father as Beware the Fever. Your pocket knife pries moss from the epitaph, exposing a doodle of 2 stick figures sword fighting. Apprentice masons, bored or prophetic. Either way, they've outlasted the dead lord's reputation. Something clatters high in the rafters, a slate tile surrendering to gravity. It smashes, sending echoes skittering. The sound lingers, morphing into an F-sharp that hangs like cobweb silk. Your lungs tighten, air suddenly thick as hymn vellum. Cold seeps through your souls, a subterranean chill older than the crypts. The foundational stones sweat iron-rich water, earning them the nickname the church's bloody stigmata in Victorian travel logs. You crouch tracing a rust-dark streak. It comes away red-brown on your fingertip. For a wild moment, you consider tasting it. Shadows deepen, swallowing the apse. Your flashlight dies, the battery's last gasp warming your palm. Moonlight shoulders through a crack, spotlighting a wooden bench. Wormholes pattern the seat, a map of continents not yet discovered when the timber was felled. Sit, and the wood groans a C minor chord. Coincidence? This mountain mocks the line between accident and intent. Your palm finds a splintered groove where generations gripped before rising for communion. The edge shines, polished by desperate thumbs. How many lips trembled here, whispering confessions into oak grain. The wood releases a resin sigh, 1 part sap, 3 parts ghosts. A draft snakes through, flipping your notebook pages. Dates, sketches, question marks, all set dancing. You grab the journal, but a loose sheet escapes. It floats, catching updrafts like a prayer strip before lodging in a spider's web. 18th century paper meets 21st century arachnid real estate. The universe winks, its sense of humor drier than communion wafers. Dawn's first bruise-colored light stains the east window. Frost crawls across St. Lucia's eyes, blinding the martyr anew. Somewhere downhill, a goat bleats. The candle's illusion fades, quartz going dull as a stopped tongue. You rise, knees crackling like kindling. The door groans behind you, its hinges remembering yesterday's oil. Mist rolls into the nave, a slow exhalation blurring edges. You step onto the threshold, half expecting the land to feel altered. But the mountain keeps its secrets, as mountains do. The sole souvenir, a yellowed bee leg, stuck to your sweater, clinging like a comma mid-sentence. Your heel grinds gravel to dust, crossing into the nave's shadowed belly. Cold punches up through your soles, a deep chill from stones laid before the Magna Carta. The air tastes metallic like licking a winter doorknob. You unzip your jacket, the sound ricochets off ribbed vaults. Medieval masons designed these ceilings to mimic whalebone, a fact 9 out of 10 marine biologists resent. A hum begins, so low it registers in your molars first. Your sternum buzzes, cheap subwoofer at a discount matinee. The vibration climbs, coaxing goosebumps down your arms. Historians still argue whether these resonance chambers were acoustic genius or happy accidents from stonecutters getting drunk on communion wine. Your exhale ripples the dust, specks swirl into fractals. The walls sigh back, a chorus of phantom lungs. You mutter hello. The nave stretches the word, molding it into something liturgical. Echoes overlap, creating harmonies no single throat could produce. Someone in the 1600s called it the church's answering machine. Got excommunicated for the cheek. Sunlight slants through a slit, highlighting floating motes. They shimmer like glyphs, a bioluminescent alphabet only spores understand. You wave a hand, disrupting the code. The beams reorder, spelling out nothing whatsoever. Pareidolia's cheap parlor trick here, the real magic in what you can't see. 4 steps forward, the floor dips. Your hips sway, glacial cobblestone underfoot. 18th century pilgrims called this the drunken saint's promenade, claimed wine bled from the walls every epiphany. Chemists found iron oxide leaching through limestone, rust masquerading as Merlot. You press your palm to damp stone. It stains your skin Sunday school red. A draft snakes down your collar. You spin, half expecting spectral fingers, just the west door ajar, swinging to a tempo only glaciers appreciate. Iron hinges moan the B-flat of abandoned fairground rides. Your teeth click, unwilling castanets for this dirge. The hum swells, now pressing your eardrums inward. You notice 3 niches in the north wall, each barely fist width. Local lore claims Byzantine monks hid bronze bowls here, filled with mercury, to amplify chants. Renovators in 1992 found desiccated mouse nests and a thimble engraved with the Lord's Prayer in Bulgarian. Your pinky grazes the nearest alcove, grease-thick grime coats the edge. Something winks in the shadows. Lip balm, lost contact lens. You fish it out, a molar yellowed by centuries. No cavity, good oral hygiene for a medieval peasant. The root ends scratched with initials, MK practicing cursive or carving a curse. A shiver starts between your shoulders, ink spreading down your spine. The hum drops an octave, floor tiles thrumming like struck timpani. You press a cheek to cold stone, the vibration enters your jaw. It tastes like wet chalk and bee venom. A 14th century fresco above depicts martyrs burning their gold leaf halos, tarnished to puke green. The flames ripple not due to drafts. The entire wall's breathing. You stumble back, skull meeting a pillar. Pain rings clear, middle C sharp enough to cut glass. The column answers, a sympathetic vibration climbing its length. Someone carved a spiral here, chisel strokes wide as your thumb. Rotate your head, the groove fits your occipital bone. Pilgrims once pressed foreheads here to tune their thoughts. Or so claims a travelogue written on hemp. Wind whips through the door, slamming it shut. The noise cracks like a starter pistol. Bats explode from the belfry, their leathern wings slapping hymns into discord. Their screeches layer over the hum, accidental Gregorian throat singing. You count 17 shadows, each angrier than the last. They funnel up a broken window, escaping into pewter clouds. Alone again, silence rushes into the vacuum. Your pulse thumps in the hollow behind your ears. The original hum's gone, leaving a tinny aftertaste in your sinuses. A single feather drifts down primary flight feather barred with monastic gray. You trap it under your boot, quill snapping with a sound like roasted wishbones. Eyes adjusting, you spot scratches on the south wall. Initials, dates. No, a game board. 9 men's Morris carved by bored altar boys. The pieces, pebbles with flecks of mica that glint like sinners' eyes. You crouch, knees protesting, and nudge a white stone forward. The board tilts. A hidden counterweight clunks beneath the flagstones. 6 heartbeats pass. Nothing collapses. No treasure chests rise. Just the faintest shift in air pressure. A seal broken after 7 centuries. A whiff of cedar oil escapes, preserver of relics and bad decisions. Your flashlight beam finds new cracks in the mortar, hairline fractures radiating from the game board. Engineering students from Tbilisi mapped these walls last spring, missed the entire death trap shelf under the floor. Distant thunder groans, or maybe the mountain shifting its weight. The first raindrops hit the roof, timpani mallets on slate skin. Water sluices down intact gutters, the same ones that channeled autumn storms when Genghis Khan's grandsons sniffed at these borders. You press a palm to the floor, the stones tremble with runoff. A new sound emerges dripping, not from the roof. Northeast corner, a puddle forms under a sculpted demon's mouth. Its tongue channels water from where? No rain inside, no visible pipes. Yet liquid beads on the carved lips, each drop hitting the floor with perfect A-sharp regularity. You cup a hand under the stream, liquid icy, but oddly viscous. Sniff, ozone and damp wool. Taste, Don't. You're no medieval mystic testing. Holy room. The puddle spreads, tracing mortar lines to form a lopsided mandala. Whispers restart, no source. Not the walls, not the ceiling. The sound lives between stones, a language of air and pressure. Your own breath hitches, adding a staccato counterpoint. The room seems smaller now, vaults pressing down like God's disappointed palm. A spider descends, bobbling on silk above the game board. Its shadow mocks the Morris men, dancing through positions no human player dared. You flick the web creature cartwheeling into darkness. The action looses a dust cascade, cinnamon-scented motes from sensors long extinct. The hum returns deeper, hungrier. Your ribs ache like after bad sushi. You lean into it, lips parting on reflex. A sound escapes, half cough, half plain song. The nave seizes your voice, stretches it, sandwiches it between the stone's own groan. What leaves your throat isn't yours anymore. It's been filtered through 12 generations of dead tenors. Rain intensifies, a million needles stitching sky to earth. The demon's mouth drools faster its puddle, now a mirrored disk. Lightning flashes. For 1 second, you see them. Dozens of faces in the water, most weeping, one laughing, all mouthing the same word. Then dark reclaims the nave, the vision dissolving like sugar in absinthe. Your soaked socks squelch as you retreat each step, sinking with the lost hum's aftershocks. The door looms, its iron handle shaped like a serpent swallowing its tail. Turn it. Leave. But the threshold's gone. Where oak should be, only more wall. Cool, rough, immovable. The game board mocks from afar your white stone, still mid-move. Checkmate, 6 centuries delayed. You press both palms to the new masonry. It exhales spores older than the Black Death. Behind you, the first note swells again. Not a hum anymore. A growl. A demand. The nave opens its maw, and you're the tongue. Air thickens, those phantom vowels braiding around your windpipe. The growl reshapes itself, guttural consonants rolling like pebbles down a cobbled throat. You realize it's a question, intonation rising at the end like a hooked fish. Your tongue fumbles for meaning. French, Latin, closest to medieval Georgian, if Georgian drank 3 shots of gravel. A 10th century psalter surfaces in your memory, seen once on a history channel binge. Scholars transcribed its old church Slavonic letters like fishbones dipped in ink. But these hums have edges, a serrated edge snagging your ear hairs. Water droplets still patter that A-sharp rhythm, now underscored by wet clicks from the ceiling. Glance up, the demon's stone tongue drips black ichor. Historians still argue whether these mountain churches recycled pagan water deities or just had really bleak sculptors. You step toward the puddle, each footfall squelching in reverse. The sound sucks inward like walking on flypaper. The liquid's warmer now, the scent shifting to burnt honey. Kneeling, you dip a finger. It clings, stretching into strands as you lift. 13 viscous threads, a spider's web made of church sweat. A 1937 expedition report mentioned holy slime in these vaults, attributed it to fermented pigeon droppings. Lab tests showed traces of hagfish mucus. Voices layer around, sung by glaciers. One pitches high, a reed flute carved from a martyr's femur. Another rumbles, subterranean rivers grinding teeth. They converge on a word, Tbilisi. Stress the middle syllable and your uvula spasms. 6th century traders used this pass. Their ledgers list a toll paid in song coins. Linguists found goat ribs notched with similar symbols. Still no Rosetta Stone for throat-sung arithmetic. Breath hitches your diaphragm pulses against control. Lungs mimic the chant's rhythm, an involuntary karaoke. The stone under your knees thrums approval. You're harmonizing now, a third voice fraying at the edges. Latin professors would flunk your pronunciation, but the walls lean closer, ravenous. Light gutters the candle. No candle here, yet shadows sharpen, edges glowing faintly blue. Bioluminescent lichen, maybe, or the air itself ionizing. Your exhale leaves a temporary comet tail, particulate matter shining like crushed dreams. A 12th century scribe drew similar streaks in the margin of a psalm book, caption reading breath of angels. Folio 66V smells of walnut ink and mild psychosis. The chant splits, a linguistic prism. One strand sounds Baltic, lilting and liquid. Another scrapes, Inuit throat singing, filtered through a didgeridoo. The third strand, pure static, AM radio between stations. Your fillings tingle. Experts think Byzantine traders might have wintered here, exchanging sea shanties for mutton. But this feels older, a shamanic base layer beneath the Christian paint. A pressure builds behind your eyes, phantom hands kneading your occipital lobe. You mouth stop, the word disintegrates midair. Letters separate, BS rolling west, O's bobbing toward the ceiling. A T gets stuck in your septum. The game board rattles its pebbles realigning. Black stones advance, mica eyes judging your vowel placement. Something moves in the puddle, not reflections, a shape under the surface. Pale fingers breach webbed with algae. They beckon, joints bending too many directions. You recoil, heels skidding on ichor. The liquid spreading, a tarnished mirror of the vault above. Faces swirl beneath, mouthing Tbilisi with increasing urgency. One resembles your third-grade teacher, if Mrs. Weatherby had gills. Drips accelerate, now a steady tattoo on stone. The rhythm matches your car's windshield wipers during that midnight drive to Sedona. Coincidence? Unlikely. Your left nostril starts bleeding, warmth trickling over your lip. Iron tang mixes with cedar ghosts. Blood hits the floor, each droplet hissing like a bad microphone. The chant stutters, thrown off by this new percussion. Silence crashes. Ears pop, pressure equalizing. You touch the wall, it recoils. Mortar creaks, a disapproving grandfather clock. The puddle goes still, faces frozen mid-placoderm. Only your pulse remains, an amateur drum solo in the sudden void. Then paper rustle. Not paper. Wings. A moth lands on your wrist, span wider than your hand. Its fur glows faintly, cyan patterns like circuit boards. Antennae tap your skin, Morse code, or random twitches. You hold still, let it sip your nosebleed. Wings fan, cooling the blood to garnet enamel. The chant resumes softer now. Moth takes flight, trailing a note you feel in your spleen. It swirls toward the sealed door, dissolving into motes. You lunge, fingertips grazing nothing. The game board's white stone winks, mica glint, saying by vowels, idiot. You slap it, marble cracks. A hidden hinge creaks behind the south wall, a space the width of a coffin. Inside, a child's femur carved with musical notation. A lead scroll case green with age, and a brick of beeswax, still fragrant after 8 centuries. Take the scroll, it's warm. Uncap it slowly. A parchment tongue licks your wrist. Unfurl. The vellum's text swims, letters pirouetting, before settling into Cyrillic adjacent. Top line reads Z a pe'eryete, N a ya mal, ite a forbidden prayer. Your high school Russian fails spectacularly. The next lines squirm, ink levitating a millimeter above the page. Touch a word, it sears your fingerprint. American backpackers, in 7 tried stealing this, claimed their ears bled for weeks. Church records list them as repentant, but tone deaf. Roll it up fast, the case seals itself. Voices fade, job done. Your pockets sag with stolen liturgy. The door reappears, serpent handle just there. No fanfare, no climax. Rain still drums, the demon's mouth now dry. You glance back, the puddles shrinking, faces pleading silently. One winks, Mrs. Weatherby's gills flare. Turn the handle. Exit. Air rushes in your lungs, burn with modernity. The mountain exhales its breath, carrying a final, half-formed syllable. It melts against your neck, too delicate to catch. You pocket the moth's phosphorescence, a glow-in-the-dark souvenir. Tomorrow, you'll downplay this, apply aloe to the scroll burn. Maybe frame the femur. But tonight, walking downhill, every pebble's click sings Ts Kalsevi. Dogs howl in distant farms. Your shadow stretches ahead, stained indigo by forgotten vowels. Pulse steadies, its rhythm borrowed long-term. You glance back once. The church windows blaze, each pane flickering like a moth trapped in a lantern. Night folds around the path, a wet wool cloak smothering stars. You pause, boots sinking into mud that clings like bread dough. 3 shadows detach from the church wall robes, blending into mountain shale. Their faces stay tilted, chins lifted, as if sipping moonlight. The tallest holds a copper bowl, steam rising in spirals that mirror your breath. Their names, gone before reaching your ears, each syllable snatched by the crosswind. The leftmost monk shows palms calloused from rope making, fingers permanently curled into half-moons. Medieval Georgians used hemp cords for manuscripts, binding sacred texts with knots that hum when unwound. No one knows how they tuned the vibrations. The middle monk's beard sways, individual hairs catching the glow like spider silk. He extends the bowl, an offering or test. You lean closer, scent of burnt rosemary and sheep fat. Your reflection warps, nose elongating, eyes becoming pinholes. A 1923 occult journal described visage distortion brews used to scare off Ottoman tax collectors. You sip, the liquid coats your teeth with resin. They chant in staggered rounds, voices weaving a basket of sound. One pitch matches your tinnitus exactly. Suddenly, the ringing feels intentional. The bearded monk steps forward. His sandals leave no prints. Moonlight outlines a tattoo on his wrist, a fish swallowing its tail. Historians still argue whether 9th century Georgian monks practiced dermal piety or just really loved inking trout. The third monk stays motionless, a cairn given breath. His hood shadows a face younger than expected, cheekbones sharp as flint blades. You blink, now he's ancient. Blink again, middle-aged. Time slips around him like a poorly fitted cassock. He taps his sternum. The sound echoes 3 times. Medieval medical scrolls mention the chest drum, a diagnostic tool for soul congestion. Wind gusts, stealing their whispered names again. What remains? Sibilance, a hiss that could be Saba or spit. The edge of your vision darkens, peripheral sight sacrificed to focus on their mouths. Lips move, forming words that leave no air displacement. Your ears ache, straining to catch syllables that exist only in cartilage. The bowl trembles, droplets skittering like mercury. The liquid's surface freezes, a perfect mirror reflecting not your face, but 3 open doorways. Each frames a different past, a barren cell, a sheep-filled valley, and a drowning city. 6th century monks often served as architectural consultants, their churches built to drown out specific memories. Your finger hovers, choosing could mean losing yesterday's breakfast or your mother's laugh. They step closer, robes hissing against stone. The tallest presses a thumb to your forehead. Cold spreads, an ice slug tracing your synapses. Your scalp tightens, hair lifting in static waves. Then warmth. A memory floods in, kneeling in a snowdrift at 7. Tongue stuck to a playground slide. The monks hum approval, resonance, melting inner earwax. A bell clangs, its note frayed by distance. Their heads snap toward the sound, postures shifting from timeless to urgent. The youngest, maybe, grabs your sleeve, fabric crumbles like centuries-old parchment. A leather-bound ledger drops, pages fan open to a list of names all scratched out. Carthusian monks used similar ledgers, recording each loaf baked in solstice ovens. This one reeks of sour ale. They retreat, fading into the church's lee side. You give chase, knee-high mist slowing your steps. The doorway yawns, impossibly dark. Your phone's flashlight dies mid-click. Someone chuckles. The sound rolls down your spine like a marble. When Georgian monks took vows of silence, they'd hum hymns to identify each other in the dark. Sardinian shepherds copied the trick, still use it during fog. The tallest monk reappears, offering a walnut. It weighs nothing, hollowed out and filled with beeswax. Bite it. The wax tastes of candle smoke and apricots. Your molars leave grooves, a braille message for your jawbone. He nods, robed in shadows that whisper coordinates. His breath smells like a library's undercarriage, mildew, and forgotten apples. Footsteps echo, not yours, not theirs. A fourth figure emerges, stocky and smelling of damp wool. The monks still stone again. The newcomer lights a torch, revealing a goat's head atop a human body. Just kidding, it's a goat herd. His animals clatter behind bells discordant with the monks' fading hum. He spits, brown juice steams where it lands. The monks dissolve, leaving robes crumpled on gravel. You lift a sleeve, it disintegrates into moths. Their wings brush your lips, carrying a final phoneme that tickles your molars. The goatherd gestures downhill. His face says tourists. Am I right? You follow, feet memorizing the hymn, still buzzing in your fillings. Candle wax puddles at your feet, thick tears defying gravity as they crawl up tomb walls. The goatherd's torch gutters. Each flicker rewrites the shadows between graves. You crouch, fingertips grazing letters carved by someone who thought forever meant at least 4 centuries. 14th century Georgian catacombs often placed candles atop thigh bones, the femur's natural cup, holding wax better than stone. These crypts smell of burnt almonds, or is that your adrenaline? Hard to tell. Shelves of skulls stare, empty sockets, catching wax drips like cataracts. One grins wider, its jaw propped open by a rusted dagger. A 1902 excavation report mentions a skull filled with petrified honey, still sticky after 6 centuries. You resist the urge to check. The goatherd spits again, this time hitting a plaque that reads Caninoinus in looping a Sumtavrilai script. Heatless flames rise from indentations in the floor, cold blue tongues licking names erased by time. Your shadow stretches toward a stone cradle, its mattress woven from moth wings. Historians still argue whether tomb carvings depict angelic choirs or just really enthusiastic winemaking diagrams. You trace a chiseled grapevine. It shudders under your touch. Melted wax forms a handprint on your shoulder. You whirl, nearly headbutt the goatherd. He's holding a candle stub, its wick burning black. For ghosts, he grunts. They get peckish. The flame bends sideways, sucking air toward a crack in the western wall. A bronze censer lies overturned, its chains tangled like a spider's wedding bouquet. Ash puddles beneath it, still holding the shape of last night's incense. Your boot nudges something, a child's leather shoe, curled and brittle. 6th century parents buried tiny sandals with stillborn infants, each sole pricked with holes to let small souls escape. The goatherd presses his ear to the largest tomb, a sarcophagus crusted with mineral deposits. Queen Tamar, the lion of Georgia, snored loud enough to shake fleas off bears. He declares. 2 wax droplets quiver in unison, a dubious endorsement. You half expect the lid to slide open, revealing a royal mouthguard. Your phone buzzes, a doomed attempt at flashlight mode. The screen glows just enough to reveal handprints. On the ceiling, dozens of them, palms pressed upward. Scholars once claimed they were protection sigils, until a midwife's diary noted they matched baby footprints from a long-visited maturation period at birth. Wind snakes through cracks, whistling the first 5 notes of Shen Karvanaki. The goat herd freezes, eyes wide, as communion wafers. Not that one, he hisses. Bad luck after sundown. His torch dies mid-protest, plunging you into blue candlelight. Wax rivers speed up, flowing toward the sarcophagus now. You find yourself counting skulls. 37, 38, 30. Wait, did that one just wink? Probably not. Definitely not. The air tastes like burnt hair, a side effect of ancient tallow candles. A wax handprint slithers past your ankle, retreating when you stomp. The goat herd extracts a clay jug from his cloak, takes a swig, offers it. You decline. He shrugs, pours some into Queen Tamar's name carved into a stone. The letters hiss, releasing steam that smells of fermented pears. For the thirsty dead, he explains. Your tongue sticks to your teeth, suddenly parched. 3 candles gutter out. Their final smoke curls into Cyrillic letters. You swear one spells help, but it's likely just a tick in the draft. The remaining flames stretch taller, rearranging shadows into a silhouette that waves at you. You wave back because why not? Politeness costs nothing. Your knees creak as you stand. The sound echoes 7 times. 7, a holy number, unless you're a Georgian beekeeper. Then, it's how many hives collapse during bear attacks. The goat herd chuckles, a gravelly sound that startles wax into dripping faster. Miniature stalactites form on a skull's brow ridge, giving it the world's woebegone eyebrows. Moths erupt from a tomb niche, their wings dusted with powdered lapis. One lands on your nose, its body humming the bass line of a hymn you've never heard. You cross your eyes, try to shoo it, but your fingers pass through like it's made of static. The goat herd makes a sign against evil, or maybe allergies. A wax blob plops onto your collar, hardens instantly. You chip it off, revealing a fingerprint swirl older than the Romanov dynasty. The goat herd pockets the fragment, grinning like he's won a bet. His torch reignites, flames sprouting from the corpse candle, now stuck to his belt. Silence swells pressing against your eardrums. Then a wet crunch as your heel grinds centuries-old rose petals into the floor. Their scent blooms, musky and sweet, overriding the almond stench. Someone wept here often, if the petal strata means anything. The goat herd crouches, presses a jug to the wall. A distant glug-glug answers. Springs underground, he says, wakes up when candles drip. You're pretty sure hydrology doesn't work that way, but your socks are already damp. A final candle dies, the blue flame pinching out like a camera shutter. Darkness breathes, a living thing that settles around your shoulders. The goat herd's hand clamps your arm, steering you toward a draft that smells of pine and regret. The goat herd's grip steers you toward a draft that reeks of wet stone, lichen clawing at your neck like cold fingers. Your soles sink into mud that shouldn't exist this high up. Water whispers beneath you, a liquid groan harmonizing with monks' chants, still buzzing in your skull. Persian engineers taught Georgians to tunnel springs through mountains. 12th century, Chants bringing life to fortress monasteries. You're pretty sure those tunnels weren't meant to hum in B-flat. A sunken step sloshes, your boot breaches black water ankle deep. The goat herd wades ahead, ripples fanning out to lick moss-coated walls. They dug too deep, hit the earth's old throat, he mutters. Condensation beads on your lips. Each drop carries the metallic tang of unwashed bells. You swallow, suddenly aware your spit's thickened to syrup. The spring's voice swells, a basso profundo vibrating your fillings. Carved niches line the tunnel, their edges blurred by mineral stains. One alcove cradles a limestone fist, its fingers snapped off at the knuckles. 5th century monks believed water saints shaped the rock. Knuckle bones still litter nearby streams after landslides. Your flashlight beam skitters over the sculpture. It winks at you with a quartzing eye. Probably a trick of the light. Definitely. Stone weeps here, damp patches glisten like fresh spit on a widow's cheek. The goat herd slaps a palm against the wall. The tunnel answers with a wet belch. Don't insult the pipes, he warns. A rusty chain dangles overhead, its links crusted with snail shells. You duck, earning a cold kiss from a stalactite's underbelly. The chant's remnants coil around a dripping stalagmite, each note warped by mineral acoustics. Historians still argue whether these springs fed baptismal fonts or just powered crude 6th century surround sound. Your pulse syncs with the water's rhythm, faster now, as if the mountain's arteries are narrowing. The goat herd halts, motions you to kneel. Taste it, he hisses. Quick, before it gets shy. You dip a finger, suck liquid cold enough to freeze sinuses. Iron, salt, and something vegetal, rotten reeds left to ferment. It stings like communion wine mixed with battery acid. The goat herd grins, gulps a palmful, wipes his mouth on a sleeve streaked with candle wax. They sang the water pure, he rasps. Or maybe poisoned it with too much God. A submerged ledge gleams, your hand brushes ceramic shards lodged between stones. A jug handle, its curve echoing the goat herd's clay vessel. 11th century cisterns stored him-infused water. Monks swore it cured goiter and bad marriages. The fragments shift under your touch, edges sharp enough to draw blood. You pull back, watch your crimson bead sink into the current. The tunnel tilts, water sloshes, hip deep now, soaking your stolen military surplus cargo pants. Cold seeps through seams, 1,000 lacy teeth gnawing your thighs. The goat herd floats his torch, its flame bobs like a drunk firefly. Shadows writhe on the ceiling, looming as tangled as last section's sensor chains. A drip hits your forehead, sluices down your nose. You gag. It tastes like moldy hymn books. Ahead, stone steps rise from the water, their surfaces puckered with barnacle scars. The goatherd scrambles up, offers a hand you don't take, his palms striped with old burns, candle wax casualties, or botched exorcisms. You climb jeans squelching, past a fissure exhaling air that reeks of overripe plums. The spring's song fractures here, high notes skittering off quartz veins, lows thudding against your aorta. You press an ear to the wall, feel granite purr against cartilage. They say a river runs under hell. The goatherd says, this is its sore throat. Your flashlight dies, plunging you into a darkness that feels chewed. Something gurgles close, rotating your intestines to paste. The goatherd reignites his torch, revealing a carved spigot jutting from the wall. Its muzzle drips black sludge that swirls into the water below. 16th century plumbers installed these, their bronze faces worn smooth by monkish palms. You have expected to sneeze. The sludge parts, revealing a stonefish that glows faintly blue. Its spines twitch, reconfiguring into quarter notes. Local legends claim drowned choir boys become bioluminescent guides, though ichthyologists blame uranium deposits. The fish darts away, its trail of light, sketching a melody you swear you heard during last week's migraines. Your boot dislodges a pebble. It plinks into the water. The splash echoes in three-part harmony. The goatherd nods, approving, as if you've just performed a sacred percussion solo. Good throw, he says. Now apologize. You mutter sorry to the ripples, feel ridiculous, but the spring's growl softens momentarily. Ahead, the tunnel ends at a stone grate overgrown with algae. Beyond it, a cavernous space hums with the combined might of water and choir. The goatherd wedges his torch into a crack, pries the grate open with a screech that sets your molars throbbing. Don't slip, he warns, though the warning comes 2 steps too late. You sprawl into the chamber, palms skidding over slime that smells of yeast and unsent letters. The spring erupts here, a vertical geyser thrashing against the ceiling, its spray pricking your face with ice needles. The goatherd bellows over the roar, something about underground pressure and God's hangover. You count 13 stone channels radiating from the pool, each carved with musical notation. Monks directed water through these, turning hydraulics into a pipe organ. The air's so thick with mist your lungs feel waterlogged. A bass note shakes loose a stalactite. It plunges into the pool, spawning waves that climb the walls. The goatherd crouches, trails fingers through water that now shimmers like liquid onyx. They baptized swords here, he shouts, made them holy enough to slit Mongol throats. You picture crusader blades submerged, bubbles rising like inverted benedictions. The geyser falters, spasms, dies mid-spurt. Silence slams into your eardrums. Then the drip, drip, drip resumes, each droplet ringing the same high sea. The goatherd wades in clothes clinging like a second skin. He submerges, reemerges with a mossy skull, its jaw wired shut with rusted chains. Found the soloist, he grins. You're too numb to argue, too busy counting the new blisters on your pruned fingers. Water seeps into your boot's left heel. A persistent squelch now scores your every step. The goatherd hums, off-key, as he pries a garnet from the skull's eye socket. Red light spills, etching his face into something hag-like and hungry. You stumble back, crushing a brittle scroll case beneath your heel. Parchment scraps float, blurred ink, hinting at neumes and curse words. The geyser roars back, a column of black water punching upward. And you swear it carries the perfume of fermented pears from 3 sections back. The goatherd lobs the garnet into the fray. It vanishes with a glottal glunk. Donation, he explains. Your socks squish as you retreat, each step a wet metronome, counting down to hypothermia. The slime on your hands smells like communion wine gone sour. You wipe them on jeans already stiff with muck. Above, splintered oak beams arch like a whale's ribcage, their curves crusted with fungus that fluoresces in the torch's dying light. Georgian churches once used chestnut for ceilings. Its resin repelled termites better than medieval pesticides. You're not sure it's working anymore. A monk's chant drills through the rot, its high notes warping as they thread through wormholes. The beams creak, a counter-melody of wood fibers snapping under centuries of damp. Someone's carved crude notes into the timber, their angles blurred by fruiting bodies of something that looks disturbingly sentient. 13th century choir masters allegedly laced beams with mead to keep the hymns drunk and pliable, as your goatherd friend would say. You resist the urge to lick the sap. Sunlight slashes through a hole in the roof. Each dust mote becomes a quaver caught mid-tremble. Your shadow stretches across the nave, its edges dissolving as clouds smother the sun. The remaining torchlight gutters, faces flicker in the grain, knots become eyes, cracks twist into mouths shaped like fading alleluias. You blink, they rearrange into ordinary rot. A low sea reverberates. Plaster flakes snow down on your shoulders. The beam above you groans, its groan deepening as the note sustains. Historians still argue whether these vaults were designed for acoustics or just cribbed from Persian bathhouse blueprints. You lean against a pillar, its surface cold as a tombstone, even through your jacket. The wood hums against your spine, a baseline that travels up your vertebrae like a centipede wearing tap shoes. Something crunches underfoot, a beetle encased in amber resin, its mandibles frozen mid-chirp. Locals once sold these as choir bugs, said they sang when held near flame. You pocket it, because why not, then immediately regret encouraging relic mongering. The beam above creaks ominously, a G-sharp, splintering into atonal decay. 3 monks file in their feet, stirring pollen from rug fragments older than the Black Death. They position themselves under the sagging beam, chanting upward as if serenading the termites. Harmonics shiver through the rot. The wood's imperfections stretch certain notes into eerie vibrato. One monk's voice cracks. The beam answers with a sympathetic whine. The others glare. He muffles a cough into a sleeve embroidered with moth-eaten goats. Rain seeps through the ceiling, each droplet plinking into puddles that already mirror the crumbling frescoes above. You tilt your head. Liquid treble notes mingle with the monk's tenors, the arrangement evolving as more leaks spring. A cold rivulet snakes down your neck. You shudder. The beam overhead mimics your tremor with a groan. Hour after hour, their voices sandpaper the edges off the hymn until the melody sits raw and glowing in the air. You swear you hear a women's choir layered underneath, though no woman stepped foot here since Tsarist edicts banned them in 1783. The beam's mold pulses faintly, keeping time like a stealthy metronome. When the chant ends, silence doesn't return. The beams keep humming, vibrations lingering in the spongy wood long after mouths close. A monk presses his ear to a post, nods, scratches a mark into the floor's grime. You realize it's a tally. They're counting how long the architecture holds the tune. The record seems to be 17 shaky minutes. You stay until your socks dry stiff and the mold's light fades with the sun. Dusk stains the western window orange, the chant thinning as monks ration their cracked voices. A tinny clang slices through the humidity, 2 notes lapping against the chapel's walls. You turn, spot a goat herd's silhouette on the ridge, his flock's bells jangling like a drunkard's pocket change. Bronze bells in this region once bore engraved prayers, tiny pleas to saints for fat kids, and firm utters. The monks don't miss a beat. Their melody stretches to accommodate each metallic plink. One scoops an arm wide, as if conducting both choir and livestock. The goatherd grins, you think, though his beard's so thick he might just be yawning. Locals claim silent bells draw mountain spirits, so herders grease clappers to ensure non-stop noise. You briefly wonder how many alpine poltergeists are currently flipping tables over this racket. A kid goat trots too close to the cliff, its bell clattering in panic. The herder whistles through his teeth, a dissonant trill that somehow syncs with the monk's lowest chant. Historians still argue whether Caucasus bell designs came from Silk Road traders or emerged after some medieval geezer tripped over a resonant rock. The monks tilt their heads, absorbing the rustic duet, their thumbs rubbing prayer beads raw. Wind carries the barnyard up the slope, wet wool, and dung smells that mash oddly well with frankincense. The lead monk inhales deeply. His next note carries a nasal vibrato that mirrors a bleat. You choke back a laugh. It's answered by 12 bells jostling in unison. The goatherd tosses a pebble at the chapel wall. It pings off the keystone, reverberating through the rotting rafters. A hunk of plaster crashes near your boot. Its powdery aftermath smells like 10 generations of hymnal dust. Night slinks in, the bells grow fainter as the flock descends. The monks hum now, threading their drone through distant clangs. Your neck prickles. The stones seem to hold the bell tones like wine in a cask. When the last clink fades, the silence feels counterfeit, as if the darkness itself has absorbed the sound. Dawn claws through skeletal trees, each ray fracturing into rainbows on the frosted glass. Your breath crystallizes midair, a dozen tiny ghosts escaping your lungs. You squint, the chapel's eastern windows bloom with feathered ice, their patterns mimicking saints in medieval psalters. 16th century glaziers here used goat's milk in their leaded panes, a trick to slow cracking during freeze-thaw cycles. A sneeze rips free. Its echo startles 3 sparrows nesting in the rotted choir loft. The frost saints shimmer, arms outstretched, halos melting into dendritic swirls. One's face drips down the pane, leaving only a hand clutching a faintly glowing orb. Historians still argue whether these ice-born figures influenced Georgia's goldsmiths, or if it's the other way around. You lick a finger, draw a line through Saint, whoever's thawing robe, a comet's tail of water racing toward the sill. Cold gnaws through your boots, reminding you that medieval monks peed on their feet to prevent frostbite. Your toes flex in solidarity, though you keep your dignity intact. Sunlight hits the remaining ice, projecting blue-tinged apostles onto the flagstones. You step on St. Matthew's dissolved face, grimacing as your heel grinds his spectral beard into slush. A monk shuffles in his breath, a diesel cloud of overnight tea and flatbread. He scowls at your vandalism, then points to a high window. There, where the morning chill lingers, a perfect ice, Madonna cradles her frozen child. Her eyes are knots in the glass's imperfections, gazing at the far wall's crumbling fresco of the same scene. Locals whisper that particularly vivid frost saints cure warts if you press the afflicted skin to the pane before sunrise. You half consider hiking up your sleeve, but the monk clears his throat. His broom prods a patch of floor where frost etchings pool like liquid mercury. They leave by noon. He grumbles, stabbing the bristles at St. Peter's disintegrating sandals. Fleeting as confession, traces of last night's incense cling to the air, cinnamon and burnt sugar fighting the tang of wet stone. The Madonna's icy halo drips steadily now, each plink striking a puddle in perfect rhythm. You count the intervals, 11 drops per chant verse, until the pattern phrase. A draft snakes through a crack in the apse, scattering the light show into chaos. The monk sweeps frost shards into a dustpan, their edges catching fire in the rising sun. He mutters a phrase you don't catch, though it ends with the Georgian word for ungrateful. You pocket a sliver of ice, its surface etched with microscript too small to read. By the time you reach the door, it's already a teardrop on your thumb. You flick it toward a wilted thistle, the plant recoiling as if scalded. Outside, the mountain exhales a fog that smothers the valley. Your next breath hangs intact, a pearlescent cloud resisting the light. For 3 heartbeats, it holds the shape of a hymn's opening syllable before unraveling into nothing. The fog parts like rotted lace, revealing a crooked cottage clinging to the mountainside. A rhythmic clack-clack cuts the mist, wooden battens slamming against thread, as regular as a metronome. You follow the sound gravel, giving way to a wool-soft path of compressed snow. Through a warped window, a boy hunches over a loom taller than his 9-year-old frame. His hands dance between warp threads, fingers calloused, but quick as sparrows. Medieval Georgian weavers perfected the tabby weave, crisscrossing threads tighter than a monk's discipline. This kid's work looks looser, almost improvisational, as if mending holes in the air itself. You squint, realizing the vertical threads are strung with snippets of parchment. Neumes dance along the fibers, those squiggly olden notations for chant melodies. Historians still argue whether these musical patches represent lost hymns or just a child's creative recycling. The door creaks, its hinges purring like underfed cats. The boy doesn't look up, too busy humming a tune that wavers between lullaby and dirge. Shelves sag under moth-eaten choir robes, their frayed edges marked with inked numbers. One sleeve dangles threads like musical staves, missing their notes. You touch a dangling scrap. It buzzes faintly against your fingertip. They're itchy, the boy says, still not glancing your way. Them robes, his shuttle darts left, pulling a crimson thread through the weave. Prickly as goat beards. You almost laugh until he adds, but the songs stick better that way. A cauldron bubbles in the corner, its steam smelling of melted snow and lanolin. Floating clumps of wool twist slowly, like storm clouds in a miniature sky. The boy yanks a lever, the loom's heddle frame clattering down. For half a heartbeat, the woven threads align into a readable phrase. Letter 1F415, letter 1FF6 sigma, Greek for the light. Then the pattern dissolves, scattering into disjointed vowels. He finally turns, holding up a square of fabric that shimmers like wet slate. This one's for Psalm 91, he says, though it looks like a dish rag bleeding indigo dye. See, he flaps the cloth, releasing a low drone that vibrates your molars. A faded stitch line glows briefly, resembling a Byzantine musical theta symbol. Some scholars claim monks encoded exorcism prayers in plain chant notation, though most call that yarn spinning. The boy points to your sleeve, where melted frost darkens the wool. You got holes. Before you can object, he snips a thread from his loom, presses it to your cuff. The wool knits itself back together, humming a 4-note motif you recognize from yesterday's vespers. His scissors gleam oddly, the blades patterned with Damascus steel swirls. 10th century Arab traders brought that forging technique here, though these look suspiciously like repurposed scythe fragments. Outside, wind howls through a stand of pines. The loom's threads quiver, plucking a melody from the air itself. The boy tilts his head, listening to something beneath the gale. They're missing the alto line again, he mutters, knotting 3 threads with a surgeon's precision. Always skipping the messy bits. You ask who they are. He shrugs, gesturing vaguely uphill toward the chapel. The shouty ones. His needle stabs downward, piercing a patch of burlap. A high C sharp rings out, shattering the cobweb above your head. Dust motes swirl, arranging themselves into a transient trill before scattering. A bell tolls noon, its bronze tongue sluggish in the cold. The boy winces, clapping hands over his ears. Late again. He kicks a treadle, the loom's frame shuddering. Balls of yarn unravel like terrified hedgehogs, rolling into corners. From the steam cauldron, a sodden mass of wool launches itself onto the firewood pile. It lands with a wet thwap, exhaling a minor third into the damp air. You're halfway out the door when his voice stops you, shy now, barely audible over the loom's dying clatter. Mister, he holds up 2 fingers, pinching empty air. You dropped the sticky silence. You open your palm, feeling a weightless chill settle into the creases. Don't let it melt, he warns, already turning back to his work. Pockets rot. Sunlight carves the path ahead, your shadow stretching thin as a lute string. The cottage recedes, its rhythmic thumps fading into the valley's white noise. You check your hand thrice, flexing fingers that feel permanently dipped in glacier runoff. By the 4th glance, the boy's gift has become a smudge of frost on your lifeline. It itches now, a phantom G-sharp trembling under the skin. A raven lands on a lichen-crusted boulder, cocking its head. Its beak opens, releasing a warble, suspiciously aligned with the chapel's last hymn. You huff a laugh, breath blooming into a quick-stepped arpeggio that tangles in the bird's feathers. It shrieks, taking wing, your accidental melody, unraveling behind it like a snapped string. The trail bends, revealing the chapel's silhouette gnawed by noon glare. Your repaired sleeve brushes a thistle, releasing a muted vibrato into the breeze. Somewhere behind, if you strain your ears, the loom still clatters. Or maybe it's just the mountain's bones settling, the click of tectonic gossip passed between ancient stones. Heathen smoke hits first, burned pine resin sharp as a snapped harp string. Your eyes water, but the chapel door yawns open, its stone gullet exhaling damp moss and wet wool. Inside, 3 braziers cough blue tendrils, each coil twisting like cursive spells. Monks shuffle past, their censers trailing the scent of extinct flowers. Histories, whispered Georgian priests, mixed frankincense with myrrh delivered via silk road caravans, trading gold for grace. Rain drums the slate roof, a syncopated click-click leaking through worm-eaten beams. Puddles bloom on uneven flagstones, reflecting flame-jittered faces of saints. You catch your warped reflection, stretched thin as a communion wafer. Watch your step, grunts a tonsured figure, his robe hem glistening with snail tracks. Floors slicker than a politician's handshake. The mingled stink should clash charred resin and petrichor's wet slap, yet your lungs bloom, a sweetness wrung from dissonance. One friar fans Cole's thin wrists, jangling with tin charms. Each pendant resembles a tiny instrument, crumpled lyres and lopsided flutes. Rumor claims some monasteries forged noise-cursing amulets after the Arab invasions. though most scholars dismiss this as tavern tales. A sneeze rips from your sinuses, loud as a snapped lute string. Robed heads turn, their disapproval softened by wavering shadows. "Bless you," murmurs a monk, tossing dried nettles into his brazier. The smoke sours, puckering your tongue like unripe blackberries. You mutter thanks, pretending not to notice his grin. Clay bowls catch ceiling drips, plink-plonking out a lazy countermelody. Rot blooms in corners, black mold harmonizing with the chant's lowest notes. Your repaired sleeve sags, still humming yesterday's four-note motif. The boy's thread holds its vibration, syncopating with your pulse. Vincent van Gogh once called incense God's own breath caught in a thimble. These monks might agree, their faces upturned as smoke braids with mist. One inhales deeply, tattooed throat fluttering like a bullfrog's. His censer swings, scattering ashes that glow like dying fireflies. A puddle soaks your left boot, squelching ire into the sacred air. You glance down, spotting a submerged carving of a three-headed eagle. 9th century Khazar envoys left that mark, their failed baptism etched in sandstone. Historians still argue whether it's vandalism or votive. The stone keeps its own counsel. Wind shrieks through a cracked, stained glass saint, Martha of Bethany, now whistling through her missing eye. Rain follows, needling your neck with icy punctuation. The monks' chant sharpens, mezzo-sopranos punching syllables like boxers. Hymnal pages wilt, their parchment bubbling with trapped humidity. Your stomach growls, a timpani roll drowned by throat-sung basso profundo. The nearest monk offers a wax paper packet reeking of fermented honey and fish, salty chalice bread. He insists, pressing it into your palm. You nibble, flakes glue your molars together. It tastes like Baltic amber smells and possibly contains beetles. Lightning flash, electric blue, bleaching the nave bone white. For half a breath you see them. Hundreds of handprints smudging the walls, charcoal gray outlines overlapping like spectral applause. Tradition claims pilgrims left these during the 1204 sack of Constantinople, palm ash mixed with misplaced hope. Thunder rattles the reliquary, its padlock chattering metal teeth. Inside, a mummified dove supposedly pecked St. Nino's ear during prayers. Zoopaleontologists smirk. It's clearly a common rock dove with delusions of grandeur. The monks don't care. They buff its tarnished cage with chamois cloths. Damp steals into your joints, stiffening knees into creaking pew hinges. You shift weight. The floor groans a perfect B-flat. A novice giggles, quickly swallowed by a jellied glissando from the choir. His ears redden, matching the wine stain on St. George's tunic. The downpour eases, reduced to a penitent's whisper. Smoke thins, revealing moth-eaten tapestries of damnation and delight. One depicts a lute-playing demon, its sheet music crawling with actual silverfish. A friar flicks holy water, the insects scatter, their antennae keep time with the Kyrie. Sunlight spears through retreating clouds, setting the nave's dust ablaze. Candle flames shrink, humbled by God's own spotlight. Your shadow staggers, taller now, reaching for the exit like a homesick ghost. The monks keep chanting their voices, fraying at the edges, until rain and resin blur into a single exhalation. You cross the threshold, soles kissing mud, warmed by spent incense. The boy's frost gift still itches, a subcutaneous hum beneath your skin. Somewhere behind, a censer chain clanks, the sound fraying into wind. Your lungs hold the last wisp of smoke, sweetness soured by coming night. Mud sucks at your boots, each step a reluctant duet with the earth. The path downhill feels heavier, as if the mountain clings to those ancient harmonies. To your left, a shepherd's crook leans against an oak, its handle worn smooth by 40 generations of calluses. They say even Georgian kings sent their daughters here to learn the hymns that outlast dynasties. UNESCO certified chants or not, these notes predate their fancy scrolls by centuries. Your cloak smells of wet sheep, a baptism from that boy's loom-mended thread. Remember his fingers flying, weaving scales into fraying hems. Some claim weavers encoded melodies in wool patterns, though textile experts call it wishful thinking. You press a palm to your chest, the subcutaneous hum, now a steady drone. Maybe it's the altitude or the aftertaste of beetle-adjacent chalice bread. A crumbling watchtower looms, its stones bound with mortar, said to contain honey and ash. Local lore insists the mix attracts guardian spirits. Scholars argue it was just medieval termite repellent. The debate's academic. You swear the cracks form quarter notes when twilight hits. Wind carries a fragment of chant, a mother's voice stitching it into her child's cry. Infant wails and sacred tones shouldn't harmonize, yet here they do, a messy magnificence. 3 women pass, their headscarves fluttering like faded choir robes. One hums the Dormition hymn while kneading dough, fists punching yeast to a 6/8 rhythm. Historians still argue whether daily life shaped the chants, or if the chants sculpted the way hands work. Your canteen sloshes, its contents blended with spring water from under the church. Each sip prickles, the minerals buzzing like a struck tuning fork. They told you newborns once drank this to wake the song in their blood. You're pretty sure that's how you get dysentery, but the aftertaste does linger like a minor chord. Plowed fields stretch eastward, furrows mimicking the chant's rise and fall. An old man drags a stick through dirt, etching neumes even the crows recognize. His grandson tosses pebbles at a rusted cauldron, each clang bending the melody west. 40 generations farmed this rhythm, their plowshares, conducting the soil's secret polyphony. Threads unravel from your sleeve, the repaired patch shedding 4 notes into the wind. A goat chews one, its bell clanking a perfect 4th above the breeze. Laughter bursts from your lips, sharp and bright as a Zerna's cry. It caroms off the hills, joining the echo choir of everyone who ever sang here. Shadows lengthen, carrying the scent of charred tamarind from the valley's lone tavern. Someone's roasting meat, its smoky richness clashing with memories of fasting hymns. You recall the monks, rumbling stomachs during Lenten vigils, their hungers stacked into dissonant clusters. Resolution always came, though the amen tasted more like surrender than triumph. At the crossroads, a cairn of river stones sags under lichen and icons. Pilgrims added rocks and regrets. Since Queen Tamar's reign, each pebble a muted heartbeat. You pocket one, its edges worn smooth as a lullaby. Closing your fist, you feel the vibration of hands that held it before. Bakers, soldiers, weeping brides, all leaving stones and taking scraps of song. The first star pierces the dusk, its light older than every note in your bones. You exhale, your breath curling like the day's last incense plume. Far behind, the church candles flicker, 40 flames mirrored in a widow's window. Footfalls fade, but the hum persists, stitched into the twilight's fraying hem. Your knuckles brush cold stone, searching where the wall should swallow your hand. It doesn't. Your fingertips snag on rust flakes instead. A hinge creaks. Without moving, air tastes of iron and unresolved bass notes. Some say King David IV engineered these vaults, his architects, obsessed with acoustic mathematics. You're pretty sure even geniuses couldn't predict mold thriving on 16th century E-flats. The pebble from the cairn warms your palm, its edges humming like a struck wineglass. You press it to the wall, stone vibrates like a cat's purr, amplified through oak. A crack appears, no wider than a hymn book's spine. Inside, darkness exhales the sour tang of vellum left to rot. Historians still argue whether these chambers guarded reliquaries or just really aggressive sourdough starters. Your boothiel grinds the low E into the floor, tones thrumming through your molars. Rust cascades, a red rain settling on your collar. Behind the wall, something groans, a choir of unoiled mechanisms. Locals whisper of nocturnal, agama lizards nesting here, their croaks sinking with sunrise lauds. You half expect reptilian monks in tiny robes, but get only cobwebs and liturgical mildew. A draft curls upward, carrying the nasal waver of a woman's voice 3 stories above. She's butchering a hymn, sharpening its edges into kitchen gossip. The off-key G-sharp does what hammers couldn't. Iron bands snap like stale communion bread. Dust plumes you cough into your sleeve, tasting centuries of neglected psalms. The gap widens, revealing hinges forged when Georgian metallurgy was mostly swear words and luck. Step closer, your shadow merges with the void's mouth. They warned you about resonance traps, booby cords that collapse lungs into puddles of regret. Your toe nudges the threshold. Stone hums the opening bars of Shen Carvanaki. You're either blessed or about to join the duet of damned sopranos. Light bleeds from your oil lamp, revealing shelves bowed under leather-bound ghosts. Pages flutter, their insect-chewed staves sprouting mushroom notation. One codex lies open, its parchment blistered with neumes shaped like screaming faces. You lean in, the humidity sags. A fungal alto sea rattles your sinuses. Turns out medieval ink recipes included henna and existential dread. A chest squats in the corner, its lock melted into a puddle of verdigris tears. Inside, wooden tablets carved with lullabies for exorcising colicky demons. The instructions involve goat's milk and a well-timed fart joke. You pocket one, its cedar smell clashing with your beetle-bred breath. 3 bricks bear fist dents, left by tone-deaf novices failing their entrance exams. Their frustration radiates alongside graffiti of a monk flipping the bird. The caption in church Slavonic, try hitting A-sharp, now Father Grigol. Even ascetics had shit posters. The wall shudders sealing the vault as your lamp sputters. Blackness presses, thick as chant parchment soaked in resin. But the E-flat lingers, a burr under your sternum. You exit backwards, the hymn still gnawing at your joints like termites in a treble clef. Wind slaps your face, carrying the tavern's charred meat stink again. Your stolen tablet digs into your thigh, its lullaby now a subcutaneous itch. Behind you, the mountain swallows its own song, leaving only the memory of hinges screaming in perfect pitch. The tavern's cacophony dies as you cross the threshold, silence rushing to fill your ears like candle wax. Your stolen tablet throbs, its cedar heart beating counter-rhythm to your own. You rub your sternum, that phantom E-flat still tunneling through bone. Georgian polyphony holds UNESCO status, a fact tourists slur between Kinkali dumplings. Right now, it feels like a drunk pigeon nesting in your ribcage. Dust motes hang frozen mid-reverence to some unseen altar. Even your breath hesitates, curling back into your lungs as if rebuked. You've heard of desert mystics seeking God in quiet, but this is silence with teeth, the kind that nibbles your eardrums raw. A fly lands on your wrist, its buzz dies as wings still. You shake your arm, the corpse clings like a fat eighth note. Local lore claims certain chants paralyze insects. Monks once debated using them as organic pest control. The fly's 6 legs twitch, a mute protest against liturgical acoustics. Your heel grinds into the floorboard, no squeak, not even a splinter's complaint. When you cough, the sound gets swallowed before it reaches your teeth. Historians still argue whether the famous Tbilisi mute epidemic of 1432 was devotion or strep throat. You're voting for a third option, sheer spite. Light bleeds through cracks in the shutters, slashing the gloom into hesitant triangles. You trace one with your toe, it retreats. Across the room, a lute leans against a jug of Churchkella wine. The first string snaps as you pluck it, vibrations smothered in midair. The second string follows, then the third, each note dying like a stepped-on bug. Your tongue tests the silence, whispering testicle just to feel the word's shape. It rebounds, folded into a sarcastic echo. Turns out profanity loses its kick without an audience. You try humming Chakrulo, the folk song astronauts beamed into space. Your uvula gives up by measure 3. Shadows thicken, pooling around your boots like congealed ink. That stolen tablet burns hotter, its edges warping your thigh pocket. You pull it out, cedar smell now laced with burnt hair. The demon lullaby carvings glow faintly, their neumes squirming like mealworms. One instruction glows brighter. Breathe where the saints forgot to chant. You inhale, air rasps down your throat, sliced into 8 uneven staccatos. The silence stretches taut as a drumhead, then snaps. A sound tears loose, part wolf howl, part overextended cello string. It's your voice, raw and unrecognizable, fraying at the edges. The tablet shudders, its glow dimming as the noise unravels. Plaster drifts from the ceiling, a slow snow of disapproval. Somewhere a donkey brays in solidarity or mockery. Hard to tell. When your lungs empty, the silence returns heavier. Your ribs creak, bent under its weight. That's the thing about sacred quiet. It doesn't vanish. Just stores itself in your marrow, waiting to duet with the next unsuspecting scream. The fly finally unsticks, zooming toward the window in a zigzag fugue. You watch it flee, a black apostrophe escaping the sentence of this room. Your fingers find the tablet again, cool now, inscribed lullaby smooth as a shush. Outside, wind riffles through rye fields, its whisper carrying the faintest hum. Not a melody, not a prayer, just the world breathing between notes, patient as a coiled fuse. You step toward it, the tavern door slamming shut behind you like a final rest. Starlight pierces the shattered dome like 1,000 silver sutures, stitching night to the chapel's gaping wound. Your stolen tablet pulses, its cedar surface drinking moonlight. 13 generations of monks roofed this vault, each stone set in honey-lime mortar. Historians still argue whether the collapse in 1722 was subsidence or a bishop's mistress with a grudge. You step over fallen keystones, their carved saints peering up with shattered faces. Rotting oak beams pierce the air, crooked fingers sketching Orion across the rubble. A 1923 excavation journal claims lightning rods once crowned the dome, though why medieval Georgians needed storm protection remains unclear. Your heel crunches plaster, the grit tastes like communion wafers gone stale. The chant swells, untethered from the vault that once contained it. Male voices ricochet off broken walls, a fractured hymn finding new paths. Your ribs vibrate, that phantom E-flat now harmonizing with the stars. Locals whisper about sky holes where prayers escape heaven's bureaucracy. You're standing in the main office, cold air pools at your ankles, rising like chilled wine in a goblet. You balance on a leaning column, its spiral carvings worn smooth by centuries of rain. Moonlight bleeds through the collapse, etching your shadow 13 times on the floor. Someone hung goat bells from the remaining arch. Their tinny clangs sync with your blinking. Your tablet grows warm, a reaction monks might, called miraculous if they weren't busy dodging falling masonry. Byzantine-era graffiti peppers the walls, crude dragons, and a stick figure flipping the bird. You trace the vandalism, your fingertip catching on acid-burned lines. Turns out holy spaces attract all kinds of signatures. The chant hits a minor third. Suddenly, the stars seem closer. Scholars debate whether acoustics or altitude cause the effect. Your money's on sleep deprivation. A bat detaches from the rubble, its trajectory mirroring the melody's dip. You have expected to burst into a chorus of Shen Carvanaki. Dawn's first glow softens the ruins, muting the starlight stitch by stitch. The monks, voices fray, worn thin by the night's labor. Your tablet cools, its cedar scent now entwined with thawing stone. The real miracle: you've survived 12 hours without caffeine. Shadows retreat into cracks, taking the chant's sharpest edges with them. A sparrow lands on the broken altar, tilts its head at your presence. Its chirp rings absurdly loud, nature's mic drop after the night sonata. You pocket the tablet, its lullaby silent for now. The mountain exhales, a warm gust scattering plaster dust like cheap glitter. Somewhere below, a donkey brays its review of the performance. You start toward the sound, crunching over stars and saints alike. Dust motes swirl where your shadow meets the monk's, a shared silhouette flickering on sun-warmed stone. He extends calloused palms upward, an invitation written in scar tissue and dirt. You mirror the gesture, skin connecting across language's canyon. Heat blooms where your lifelines align, like kindling catching after a century of waiting. Scholars note medieval Georgian chanters taught mouth to ear, secret melodies spanning generations through whispered lips and cupped hands. Here it's all palms and pressure. The monk's thumbs press your pulse points, a mute metronome syncing your heartbeat to the hymn's arrhythmia. Breath steams between you, each exhale fogging the memory of the chapel's cold. Anthropologists once found clay tokens near Mtsketa, each bearing palm prints and residual body heat. You're holding one now, or rather being held by one. His grip shifts, index finger tapping a code against your wrist. 16 taps, then silence. The missing 17th beat hangs heavy, a rest note left for the dead. Historians still argue whether this ritual predates Christianity or simply repurposed Zoroastrian fire-touching rites. You're too busy decoding the warmth seeping into your joints. It feels like cellar soil, damp and ancient, with flecks of mica glittering under skin. The monk's palms retreat, leaving phantom heat maps on yours. A younger initiate replaces him, fingers chilled, but pulse frantic as a sparrow's. Her touch lingers, transmitting urgency through sweat-slick contact. Someone down the line coughs, a dissonant staccato rippling through the chain. Laughter bubbles up your first mistake. The monk's eyes narrow, devotion brooks no comedy. You count 14 participants, now each hand warmer than the last. A tourist's minty gum breath, a baker's flour-dusted grip, even the donkey driver's cracked knuckles, still smelling of leather reins. The chant isn't in the throats anymore, it's in the transfer. Palms become tuning forks, vibrating with every push and pull. One participant wears wool gloves, heresy, in this skin-to-skin sacrament. The monk beside him hisses, a sharp F-sharp of disapproval. The offender peels off the mittens, revealing burn scars shiny as varnish. The chain adapts, pressure lightens, the melody softens. Even liturgy makes accommodations. Dusk thickens, the warmth between hands now visible as faint steam. Your left pinky starts cramping 97 minutes without breaking contact. Someone's stomach growls, a bassoon solo in the vesper silence. The monk leading the chain sighs, his resignation as layered as the hymn. When release comes, it's not your choice. The final participant withdraws, their fingertips dragging across your palm like a bow leaving strings. Your hand stays lifted, ghost weight still pressing. The donkey brays again, a living fermata, breaking the spell. You glance at your palm. The lifeline glows faintly red, whether from pressure or something older, you'll pretend it's friction. The chain disperses, melody coiled in their marrow now. Your tablet buzzes, cedar wood humming with captured heat. As you descend the path, your left hand stays warmer than the right. The imprint fades by midnight, but the rhythm, that sticks around. Days later, waiting for coffee, you'll tap 16 beats on the counter. The barista will nod, not realizing they're counting in liturgical time. Dusk arrives as a thief stealing color from the valley before the bell reclaims it. You perch on a frost-rimmed wall, watching monks cluster beneath the belfry like crows waiting for crumbs. The bronze beast above ripples with cracks, a spider web frozen mid-unravel. Brother Iosib strokes its flank, fingers mapping every fissure like braille. Medieval Georgian bells used grave copper, ores mined near burial sites to soak up mourners' laments. This one ate too much grief. Its voice comes out, warped half-toll, half-wheeze. You've heard similar distortion in subway buskers' amplifiers, minus the holiness. The strike comes unannounced. No rope pulled, no human hand involved. The first resonance blooms in your fillings, a dental earthquake, notes splinter as they escape the crack, B-flat divorcing from D in midair. Historians still debate whether the damage dates to Timur's invasion or a 19th century novice's failed love spell. Monks insist it's intentional God's thumbnail, scooping out the perfect imperfection. 5 rapid tolls, each quivering longer than physics allows. Window panes hum in solidarity. A jug of sacramental wine shivers off its shelf, shattering crimson across whitewashed stone. No one moves to clean it. The pool spreads, a liquid amen. You notice the sound isn't just heard, it's worn. Wool robes flutter like disturbed bat wings. Eyelids ripple. Even your nostril hairs sway, thanks to that rogue subharmonic. The youngest monk sways dangerously, drunk on vibrations. Someone chuckles. Turns out liturgy can be a contact high. The fissure glows faintly during the final toll heat or hallucination. Your phone later claims bronze can't luminesce, but you saw it. A traveler's tale for skeptics. As silence returns weightier than before, the monks exhale in unison. Their breath fogs the cracks, tucking the bell into a damp, metallic sleep. You half expect it to snore. Brother Iosub winks, thumb brushing the jagged star pattern. Tuning fork of the damned, he murmurs, then vanishes into vespers. Your teeth keep vibrating for 17 minutes. Coincidence? Never. Your gut growls low E, a perfect match for the monk's opening chord. Lenten fasts here last 46 days. Medieval Georgians outdid Rome's 40. No meat, no dairy, just roots and regret. The bass singer's vibrato wobbles, his empty stomach punching through devout control. You count 11 ribcages pressing through threadbare robes. A novice's knees click with each genuflection, joints grinding psalms. Someone's intestines howl a minor third above the hymn. Historians still argue whether starvation-heightened hallucinations birthed the earliest polyphony, or if it was just collective lightheadedness. The prior smirks, pulling an iron key from his sleeve. Touch the reliquary, he dares. Skin contact with St. Hilarion's shinbone silences hunger for 5 minutes. Your palm meets cold silver. He's right, your stomach stops gnawing until it returns with vengeance. A bear robbed of supper, tongues dry as parchment drag across cracked lips. You remember Georgian hermits who ate charcoal to muffle appetite, their teeth staining black for penance. The choir's upper register phrase, voices splintering like old violins, sharpened by hunger, honed by need. Communion wine tastes acidic tonight, vinegar masquerading as grace. A wavering alto faints mid-credo. 2 brothers catch her, their own knees buckling under dual weight. The hymn continues, always continues. Your vision tunnels, candle flames stretching into amber threads. Stone walls breathe in time with the chant. When the final Amen crashes, a dissonant cluster of half-starved throats, the harmony resolves so completely you taste honey, or maybe that's your body eating itself. Nobody moves. A drop of sacramental wine dries on your tongue's salt and iron, and 12 generations of desperate faith. Somewhere, a monk licks mortar between stones, crumbling lime as Lenten spice. You join the silent procession to nowhere. The prior whispers behind you. Breakfast is INOH 39 days. His chuckle follows you down the dark, a rasp of leather on bone. The prior's key disappears up his sleeve, the metallic scrape echoing in your hollowed gut. 46 days stretches ahead. Medieval Georgians took Lent so seriously, they added extra weeks of penance. Your stomach lets out a glissando worthy of Tbilisi's opera house. A monk glares his eyeballs floating in jaundiced yellow. You count the fasting strategies. 7 brothers chew pine resin to trick their jaws. 3 sip clay water from smuggled jars, swaying slightly as mineral sludge coats their starving innards. One gnaws his leather belt, pretending it's smoked sturgeon from the Black Sea. Historians still argue whether the famed Lenten tone emerged from controlled starvation or just vocal cords vibrating around nothing but air. The choir masters Adam's apple bobs like a fishing float in stormy soup. His alto section sounds avian now, sharp chirps piercing the chapel's gloom. Tenors have gone feral, a low growl underpinning every sacred syllable. You wonder if the salt-free bread diet explains the dissonant sixth intervals, or maybe it's the collective delirium. Communion tastes different today. Wafers flake like dried skin. Wine hits your tongue like battery acid. Someone's molars grind an arrhythmic counterpoint to the hymn. A novice collapses sideways, his skull thudding against a pew. The chant continues. Two monks drag him upright, their bony fingers leaving bruises on sallow flesh. Darkness plays tricks. Stone saints seem to lick their lips, carved eyes following the prior's pocket where he hides walnuts. You recall Georgian nuns who brewed holy gravel tea, crushing pebbles into dust as Lenten gruel. Your own tongue probes a loose tooth, enamel softening from malnourishment. Midnight brings the worst. The chant frays into wheezes, a dissonant cluster choking the nave. Yet, when the Amen finally comes, starved vocal cords spasming in unison, the resolution hits like warm bread for 3 seconds. Then, the acid burp of emptiness returns. A brother whispers that 40 ravens once guided a starving monk to wild garlic. His breath reeks of ketosis and despair. You imagine roasting those mythic birds over a fire, crispy wings crackling with fat. The chapel's Christ icon gazes down, his painted ribs mirroring yours. Dawn finds you chewing a candle. Beeswax softens into something resembling butter. The prior nods approval. Saint Marina ate tadpoles during fasts, he murmurs. But we've run out of ponds. His chuckle dies in a dry rattle. When the next hymn begins, a ragged Kyrie, the harmonies flay your nerves raw. Hunger's edge hones each note into blades. You understand why medieval scribes drew demons in choir lofts, malice given form by empty bellies and exhaustion. But then, the miracle, as the final chord fades, stomachs growl in perfect fifths. A shaky laugh ripples through bent spines. Even the prior grins, exposing gums bleeding from scurvy. The monks shuffle out, robes hanging like sails on skeletal masts. Somewhere, a jar of clay water shatters. The chant continues in your skull, a relentless feedback loop of devotion and need. You pocket a melted candle stub, emergency rations, and follow the trail of shuffling footbones. The chapel walls hum with residual vibrations, or maybe that's just your ears ringing. Either way, it almost sounds like dinner bells. You pause by the baptistry, your hunger momentarily forgotten. A caravan merchant kneels in the side chapel, silk sleeves frayed from the Silk Road's grip. Tears cut paths through desert dust on his cheeks. The chant's Georgian lyrics mean nothing to him, yet his shoulders shake like a man hearing his mother's voice from the grave. His mule outside brays a perfect A-sharp, or maybe that's the dehydration talking. You note his wares: saffron pouches, Persian melon seeds, a suspicious jar labeled Tears of Saint Nino, guaranteed authentic. Historians still argue whether Georgia's medieval trading empire spread sacred music or just stole better tunes from passersby. The prior eyes the saffron like a starving wolf eyeing a lamb. Throat singing rattles the merchant's chest, a Mongolian technique clashing with the Goldberg tones. Two monks wince. One mutters about horse people corrupting our pure harmonies. Their xenophobia lacks conviction. You've seen them sneak Turkish delight during fasts. The merchant's coins clink into the offerings box, each silver piece engraved with Genghis Khan's grumpy face. He mumbles something about sky gods and wrong mountains. His tears keep falling. The monks pretend not to notice, loyalty to the chant, battling basic human pity. You remember reading that Georgian nobles collected foreigners' tears in amphorae, believing sorrow distilled holiness. The prior's pupils dilate at the merchant's damp face. When the final Amen shivers through the nave, the stranger's sobs sink with the decay of the cord. A novice offers him communion bread. The merchant gnaws it like jerky, chewing 32 times before swallowing. Tastes like my dead wife's Lenten flatbread, he croaks. The monks nod, an equation of grief they understand. Outside, his mule tries eating a fresco of St. George. The prior slaps its muzzle, then secretly feeds it stolen altar flowers. You watch the merchant coax the beast toward mountain passes. His off-key humming carries further than the bells. In his wake, damp spots on the stones where tears fell. By noon, they'll evaporate. By Compline, the monks will argue whether salt stains count as holy relics. You pocket a melon seed, tucking foreignness into your robe like contraband. Somewhere east, that merchant's next customer will taste sacramental dust in their rice. The chant continues, absorbing strangers like soil drinks rain. You crouch by the hearth where a young mother hums, her baby's forehead pressed against her collarbone. The lullaby twists ancient liturgy into something gentler, Latin consonants rounded for toothless mouths. Scholars say medieval Georgians taught hymns this way, smuggling sacred music into sleepy heads night after night. Her thumb traces quarter notes on the infant's palm, an unconscious mapping of melodies older than her village. The child's breathing sinks to Shio, Shio, Shen Bicho, a lullaby version of Shen Karvanaki. Historians still argue whether mothers softened the harmonies deliberately or just needed something to muffle midnight squalls. You note communion crumbs in the cradle, baked dough, pressed with hymn lyrics. A fringe theory claims infants absorb the texts through their gums, though that's likely just colic talking. 3 monks hover at the door, their usual scowls blunted by the scene. The tallest whispers how his own mother sang Eucharistic chants during diaper changes. Blessed is the womb that doubled as a choir loft, quips the novice, earning elbow jabs for his sass. Their laughter cracks the solemnity. The baby flails, threatening to reboot the waterworks. You spot saliva-soaked hymn sheets drying by the fire, infant drool, warping Neum notations. St. Nino's own spit helped write the first Georgian psalms, murmurs the mother. Her deadpan delivery leaves you unsure if it's heresy or history. The monks retreat, unwilling to fact-check anything involving baby mucus. Dusk thickens, the hymn fractures into yawns, a three-note descent into silence. A milk ring stains the parchment lyrics for Alleluia. Somewhere in Svaneti, a musicologist will someday find this and write 9 unreadable papers about it. As you leave, the prior hands you a hymn loaf, still warm from the monastic oven. For the road, he says. Bite marks along the crust suggest a teething emergency intervened. You chew carefully, half expecting to taste lullabies. Through the window, the mother's shadow sways, a metronome etched on the chapel wall. Her child's sighs hitch between notes, the sacred and the sleepy merging into one. Centuries from now, this boy will flinch at certain chords, his bones vibrating with half-recalled comfort. The night swallows the village, but the lullaby follows you downhill. It curls into your satchel, nestling among stolen melon seeds and saffron. Somewhere ahead, a merchant's mule brays in the dark, its pitch clashing with the hymn still stuck in your teeth. You find Brother Mikkel, propped against the apse wall, his wheeze synced to the G.H. Murdy chants, long pauses. The prior grips his wrist, like checking bread dough's rise. Medieval monks swore oaths over deathbeds instead of parchment. Others circle him, singing their cadence, stuttering as his breaths grow jagged. A novice keeps inhaling too early, his ribs heaving like bellows during a blacksmith's nap. Mikkel's fingers pluck at his robe, frayed wool dyed with crushed walnuts and urine. His lips shape syllables even now, T.S. Minda, Sacmaculo, but only wet clicks emerge. Historical records mention monks accused of practicing anedia, surviving on chant breaths alone. The air smells of beeswax and iron, a nosebleed spotting his beard since dawn. The chorus stalls mid-verse, a dangling 7th chord. Mikkel's chest sinks like a bellows emptied. You have expect the pause to last forever. One of those avant-garde concert silences where people cough, then 23 throats inhale as one filling the hole his breath left behind. Someone's sandal squeaks. The prior mutters how Mikkel stole honey, cakes as a novice, dies with crumbs in his pocket. Their laughter frayed with grief. They restart the hymn. Historians still argue whether medieval choirs paused breath cycles intentionally or just struggled with asthma. His corpse slumps sideways, head resting against frescoed saints. The chant continues, now reshaped for 23 voices instead of 24. Behind the iconostasis, a scribe scrambles to notate the altered harmony. You notice his quill shakes, ink blots mirroring Mikkel's bloodstains. They'll bury him under the choir stalls, his skull 8 inches below the tenors. Digging tools lean against a column, labeled saviors, left ear in peeling paint. 2 centuries prior, a monk crushed his foot, burying Father Lucas. Now everyone pre-carves the grave during Lent. Night crawls in. The prior passes a honey cake, its crust flecked with pocket lint. You chew slow, the sweetness cut by bitter resin from Mikkel's stole. Voices rise, newer monks overshooting high notes their predecessor once anchored. Dawn finds the choir rasping, but intact, like a cart missing one wheel, yet still rolling. You pocket a crumb for the road. The prior winces, not missing your theft, but nods farewell. Mikkel's absence hums underfoot, a bass note only felt in molars. Outside, wind snakes through the larch trees. It carries a dissonant shiver, the kind Mikkel would have smoothed with a grumble. You descend the trail, each step accompanied by phantom harmonies. Behind you, a novice sneezes. The chorale falters, recovers. Moisture warps the doorframe. Your sleeve tugs it open with a screech. The archive reeks of sheep fat and despair, like a goat herd's locker room after Lent. Dust, motes spin in a sunbeam, slicing through arrow slits. Shelves sag under parchments stretched thin as lizard skin, each cured with barley mash and heresy. You brush one page, it exhales a sour note. Faded neumes crawl across sheepskin, their diamond heads nodding to lost pitches. Back in 6th century Armenia, monks boiled skins in lime pits to scrape off hair. Heresy trials later ban the stench. Your fingernail catches a glyph. It vibrates like a plucked gut string. A scribble in margent reads turn back, though the ink's berry red suggests drama, not danger. Historians still argue whether these red swirls mark silent prayers or medieval choir directors rage at flat tenors. You pocket a scrap. It buzzes against your thigh like a trapped wasp. Candle soot streaks the ceiling, centuries of hasty scribes holding flames too close. One manuscript lies open, its pages weighted with a chipped astrolabe. The notation here twists like brambles, ascending scales thorned with sharps. A drop of your sweat hits the vellum. The ink doesn't smudge. Rumor says they mixed pine resin with crow's blood for permanence, though radiocarbon dating just found cheap red wine. You hum a low C, the closest sheepskin shudders. 3 neumes align, forming a chord modern notation can't capture. Your throat tightens, sound leaching into the parchment. Some claim these texts retained singer's breath, trapped between layers of lambskin. The air tastes of iron and older hungers. A breeze slithers through cracks, pages flip like gasps. One sheet drifts down, landing in a sunbeam's spotlight. Its staves curve into a serpent, eating its own tail. You kneel, knees cracking louder than the floorboards. Up close, the serpent's scales are tiny benedicities, each amen a blackened tooth. Light shifts, shadows stretch the serpent into a straight line. Just a boring old choir roster now, Brother Egbert to Brother Håkon, the prior's ancestor. Fading ink claims Håkon died blessed, with 12 children's celibacy, vows clearly flexed that decade. Your breath fogs a corner, revealing hidden characters. They squirm like larvae under sudden warmth. 9th century pitch notation or mold. You lean closer. The letters blur, a sneeze builds. You pinch your nose. The parchment ripples in sympathy. Through the door, sandals slap stone, someone's coming. You stuff the serpent page under your shirt. It sticks to sweat, a chilly second skin. 3 candles gutter out. As you exit, their smoke spelling glyphs, too fleeting to parse. Outside, wind riffles your stolen secret. The parchment rasps against your ribs, its pulse matching yours. You unroll it under a large tree, noon light, now flattening the serpent into staff lines. That's when you notice the footnote. Sing me in Aramaic, not Georgian, fool. Your tongue tripping over throaty consonants. The neumes detach, swimming upward like minnows. A bassoon-like drone awakens in your molars. Scholars who swear music notation evolved from fish gut markings would weep here or demand a grant extension. Dusk leaches color from the page. The serpent's tail fades first, its final bite hovering midair. You re-roll the scroll, its hum diminishing to a purr. Someone's loom clatters in the valley, threads crossing in dissonant thirds. Moonrise finds you picking goat hair off the parchment. The prior's voice carries from the chapel, GH vitism shabilo, crammed into 12 bleary syllables. You press ear to sheepskin. Decayed ink murmurs the same hymn, but in a warped major key. Crickets pause their silence, a held fermata. Your campfire pops, an accidental percussion marking time. Historians still argue whether parchment absorbs sound or simply haunts the suggestible. The answer licks your spine, a cold quaver resolving nowhere. You tuck the scroll into your bedroll. Sleep comes spliced with visions, choirs of sheep chanting in perfect fourth intervals. Dawn will find the parchment smooth again, every note slid back into place. For now, your ribs buzz tuned to forgotten scales hunger. Snow smothers the world overnight, a wool quilt pressing down. You wake to muffled chants seeping through white-cloaked stone. Icicles spear the church eaves, each drip a metronome for the monks, labored breaths. Your boot sinks knee-deep, powder hisses like a poorly sustained G-sharp. The path to the chapels, a dotted line of frozen footprints. Tenors crack under the cold baritones, gain a gravelly warmth. 16th century monks burned entire forests in braziers during winter rites, their beards laced with ice despite the flames. Your stolen parchment stiffens in its pouch, ink lines puckering like frostbitten lips. Inside, breath clouds distort the hymn. 6 monks stand encircled, their exhales sinking into visible harmony. You catch a phrase, Christ Agdga, before snow slides off the roof with a thud. Centuries of frozen hymn books line the walls, pages fused by glacial damp. A bass singer coughs. The note warps into an accidental minor third. Snowdrifts pile against stained glass. Saints glow diffused. Their martyrdom now soft focus. Some claim alpine shepherds used fresh snow as makeshift altar cloths, though Vatican inventories list 0 crystallized linens. The chant's tempo drags, each syllable sinking into frigid air. Your toes numb as the liturgy stretches. Historians still argue whether winter chants were deliberately slower, waterlogged lungs versus theological emphasis on endurance. A novice's nose drips, snot freezes into a makeshift fermata pendant. Some dude in the 1800s swore he heard trapped Gregorian chants melt from Swiss glaciers. Later proved to be marmot shrieks. You press your parchment against a frosted pillar, skeletal notation emerges through rhyme. The ink hums, a phantom choir tuned to permafrost vibrations. 4 monks begin stamping, rhythm cutting through knee-high drifts. Your hip bumps a votive stand, snow cascades off Mary's plaster brow. Sound thickens, low notes congealing like cooled tallow. That soprano from section 19. She swapped trills for sustained, shivering whole notes. Breath burns your throat, each inhale steals warmth from the hymn. Your fingers stick to the iron door handle, the cold's sharp, perfect fourth up your arm. Outside, wind etches spirals into fresh powder, an endless coil of unstaffed notation. 3 ravens land their croaks, syncopated against the monk's drone. Someone starts a soup cauldron, lentils plopping in time with weak syllables. The prior glares, you stop absent-mindedly conducting with a frozen sausage. Dusk bleeds the sky gray-purple, the chant's edges fraying into coughs. A boy scatters ash on the steps, his mittens mute the hearth's percussive crackle. You pocket an icicle, its meltwater writes illegible clefs down your wrist. Moonrise finds the choir reduced to wheezing, the prior clinging to the final amen like a frostbitten handhold. Even the hidden spring's song slows, water groaning through icy pipes. Historians still argue whether snow preserves sound, but right now, it's smothering yours. You exhale a cloud shaped like a noom, it lingers, then unravels northward. Somewhere under these drifts, maybe, the first green note of spring waits. You'll have to thaw 100 more verses to find it. Thick air vibrates, the chant's lowest note yet lodges in your molars. That one monk you mentally nicknamed Bassdrop Grigger. His chest cavity's basically a church subwoofer at this point. Ice groans underfoot, not cracking yet, but printing hairline fractures like staves on sheet music. You recall UNESCO safeguarding Georgian polyphony in 2001. Too late for these mountain monks, who have been harmonizing since Byzantium was a fresh meme. A novice shivers off-key. His vibrato suggests hypothermia more than artistry. Deep tones surge, stained glass quivers in its leading. Something subterranean answers, a shifted glacier. Buried river. The 19th century ice organ of Zebes plays frozen lake water through brass pipes. This feels louder. Historians still argue whether medieval choirs calibrated specific chords to fracture icy rivers. Tonight's vote: hell yes. Your eardrums flutter. The prior's neck tendons look ready to snap. Floorboards hum, dust motes bounce in time. That secret chord Leonard Cohen crooned about, probably plagiarized from a tipsy Georgian abbot in 1347. A rafter creaks, snow cascades onto the choir. The bass note holds stone, flesh, and frost thrumming as one. Your molar fillings join the chorus, a metallic alto line you never consented to perform. Then silence, not the quiet kind. The air itself seems to invert, sucking sound backward. Your sinuses pop. Outside, a rifle crack of splitting ice. The monks grin through frost-bearded lips. One pantomimes a river flowing, fingers wiggling like thaw-mad trout. Someone mutters G.H. Murdy Schätzflisse, God's axe splitting winter's gut. You half expect green shoots to spear up through floor cracks. Instead, drip, drip, drip. Snowmelt snakes down the walls, carving notation into centuries of grime. That frozen hymn book from section 9, its pages droop like weeping willows, ink bleeding lyrical mush. A baritone sneezes. The sacred chord dies mid-resonance. Everyone pretends not to notice. The prior kicks an iron heating plate. It clangs a derisive B-flat. Someone's grandma once swore drinking meltwater from Chant-adjacent glaciers cured gout. Turns out she'd been sneaking Georgian brandy. Ashes from the brazier swirl, forming a smoky glissando toward the rafters. Your toes regain feeling, a pins and needles allegretto. That alt history novelist in section 22. He'd scribble hidden chord, ignites peasant uprising here. But you're just glad to unclench your jaw. A boy kicks slush across the threshold, ice shards skittering like frantic grace notes. The monks resume chopping firewood, their swings syncopated, purposeful. Each log split releases a woody thunk, nature's percussion section, tuning up for spring. You pocket a icicle snapped mid-drip, its jagged tip pricks your palm. Cradled inside, trapped air bubbles, each a tiny frozen rest symbol. Come June, they'll release century-old chromatics into mountain streams, wind shifts carrying not snow, but pine resin and wet soil. The chant resumes softer, now male voices sanded rough by cold. It's less a hymn than a lullaby for the thaw. Frost heaves under the church foundation, stones settling into new positions. You imagine future archaeologists misdating the shift to 12th century seismic activity, not the day Brother Grigor's F-sharp cracked a glacier. By the door, a trickle carves through ice, a liquid treble clef. You follow it downhill, boots squelching in half-frozen mud. The river groans, its frozen carapace glittering with hairline fractures. Somewhere beneath green whispers, not leaves yet, not song, but the promise of a melody too slippery to freeze. Your breath mists, a visible pause in the frigid air. Lips part, the exhale wavers like a novice's first psalm. Somewhere above, the vaulted ceiling drinks your timbre, a thirsty stone throat. Monks claimed medieval choirs designed naves to magnify whispers. UNESCO mic'd this place in 01. Got ghost frequencies. Your faltering note becomes archaeology. Future grad students will debate if you were a coffer or a contralto. A 14th century treatise warns against breath hoarding. They believed exhales carried soul fragments. You wonder how many ghost notes stick to these walls. Your lungs ache devotion as a contact sport. That guy from Section 5 with the lute. He'd riff about resonance, trapping mortal coils. Your phlegm hits the floor, a damp staccato. Sorry, future musicologists. Wind sneaks through a cracked buttress. It rips your breath away mid-tone. The hymn continues, your aborted syllable now arrests natural. Historians still argue whether Gothic arches were acoustic genius or happy accidents. Right now, they're just stealing your high C. Ice melts on your upper lip, salt and cedar notes. A monk nods, approving your nasal undertone. Your uvula's doing gymnastics. Feels less like singing and more like exorcism. Your diaphragm spasms, an involuntary glottal stop. The prior side-eyes you. Remember that vocal fry trend from 2016 monasteries. You're reinventing it with phlegm. Sunlight spears through a murder hole. Your exhale becomes a prism. Dust motes swirl, the choir now conducted by physics. You imagine Bayed and tallies rolling their celestial eyes. A child's sneeze in 1103 AD supposedly birthed the minor third interval. Your next cough invents something uglier. The hymn absorbs it, merciful alchemy. Your sternum buzzes, vibration syncing with the prior's chant. Biology becomes liturgy. 5 centuries back, some nun's appendix burst mid-mass. They canonized the hepatitis. The note wants to end. Your lungs betray, but the walls won't release it. Acoustics as benevolent kidnapping. You're a human theremin now. Last gasp, the amen catches in your molars. The silence that follows isn't empty. Somewhere, your carbon dioxide fuels a future sopranos, high G circle of life, or bad HVAC. Your wool sleeve rasps against a doorframe still sticky with century-old resin. Every fold holds chant residue. Monks swore music could weave into fibers. Medieval pilgrims rubbed cloth on altars, believing psalms seeped into thread counts. Yours hums faintly, like a throat lozenge in a coat pocket. You're not the first to leave vibrating. A 12th century guidebook warns of melodic lice, investments. Experts think it's yeast from communion bread. But your jacket buzzes, C-sharp nesting in the elbow patch, crushed lavender sachets, mint sprigs the monks, parting gifts, now scent bombing your backpack. A nun in 1432 blamed such herbs for summoning choirs of wasps. Your zipper teeth click, keeping rhythm with distant footfalls. Mud sucks at your boots, each squelch syncopated. Rain blurs the valley below. The church, now a gray tooth, in the jawline of peaks. Historians still argue whether pilgrims carried him fragments deliberately, or if devotion just clings like burrs. Your socks itch with the possibility. Resin fingerprints stripe your water bottle. Turns out pine tar outlasts saintly intercession. That sticky 1398 manuscript about vocal harmonics, bound with the same goo your lips purse at the aftertaste. You pass a boulder where travelers leave thread scraps, a fabric midden. Someone's neon hiking sock winks absurdly 14 generations back. Pilgrims' unspooled hems measuring journey prayers by the yard. You donate a shoelace, knotting blasphemies into the lace holes. The valley's first switchback unwinds the tune you're humming, fraying at the edges. A goat bleats, mocking your vibrato. Medieval music theorists called this the sympathy of beasts. You consider bleeding back, decide against interspecies duets. Clouds muffle the peaks, but your collar still vibrates. That persistent drone like a monastic ringtone. You recall Byzantine silk traders humming through the passes. Their camels hauled not just spices, but basso, profundo, camelid grumbles. Your thumb grazes the wool cuff, threadbare and thrumming. A crackle of static, or maybe a G-flat. Laundry day will be tragic. Imagine explaining him-infused lint to a soul laundromat attendant. Stone cairns mark the descent, each slate etched with musical graffiti. A beginner's clef, crotchets drawn shaky as spider legs. 18th century shepherds left these, staff lines chipped during blizzards. You add a rest symbol, one silent stone among chatter. Rain resumes, the tune softens to a watercolor smear. Your hood sags, wool becoming a sponge. A 15th century cardinal band felt hats for dampening divine resonance. Your scalp disagrees, each raindrop a staccato baptism. Fields yawn below, quilted with barley and apocrypha. Wind turbines spin, their metal necks crane like robotic choristers. You smirk at the heresy. Somewhere behind, monks are scowling in medieval Latin. Your pocket warms, those damned lavender sachets fermenting. Heat rises, releasing a soprano whiff of mildew and myrrh. Maybe this is how car air fresheners feel. Eternalized, regretful. The highway murmurs, trucks downshifting like a failing pipe organ. You hitch a ride, the vinyl seat sucking at your thighs. Drivers in 1163 complained about lute strings snapping mid-journey. This Toyota's radio defaults to K-pop, which feels holier than expected. Sunset gilds the asphalt, the highway's yellow lines humming faintly. Asphalt contains bitumen, same stuff mummified Egyptian kings used. Your soles stick slightly 2 millennia of adhesion science applauding. At the truck stop your tea steeps into a lukewarm psalm. The paper cup trembles, sympathetic vibration from distant fasting chants. You leave it buzzing on a formica counter. Let the night cashier wonder. Stars prickle awake, each one a fermata. Your jacket sags on a plastic chair, still radiating that stubborn C-sharp. Historians will debate whether it's psychosis or acoustics. You order fries because transcendence needs salt. Dawn finds you at the airport, scanners screeching at your resin-stiffened jeans. Security confiscates the monk's honey, 12th century contraband in a squeeze tube. Your boarding pass wrinkles, its barcode mimicking neumes. Jet engines whine, you press your forehead to vibrating plexiglass. Somewhere over Belarus, your sleeve finally goes silent. The absence rings louder than any bell. When customs asks about wool scraps in your luggage, you grin. Souvenirs, you lie. They nod, stamping your passport with a dotted eighth rest. Your thumb rubs the passport stamp, its inky eighth rest smudging into a Rorschach blot. Airport fluorescents buzz, a poor imitation of monastic drones. 5th century Syrian monks buried clay jars in chapel walls. Acoustic tech before acoustics existed. Your carry-on thrums, C-sharp downgraded to a seashell murmur. Baggage claim carousel groans, a mechanized Kyrie a lesson. Suitcases slap rubber flaps, percussion section for the sleep-deprived. Someone's golf bag topples, the clatter sinks with your fading sleeve vibrations. Business travelers scowl, unaware they're extras in your descent from grace. The parking garage swallows you, its concrete throat dampening echoes. Rental car beeps, its chirp tuned to middle C. You half expect the engine to croak Gregorian modes. Instead, top 40 bleats from shattered speakers. A medieval hermit once claimed Satan invented polyphony. This playlist supports his theory. Highway overpasses hum, their steel bones conducting urban resonance. Asphalt thrums under tires, same frequency as that hidden spring under the church. Coincidence? 9th century road builders mixed horsehair into mortar for singing bridges. Your suspension squeaks, an aria of neglect. Home's doorbell rings, a shrill jingle blaspheming your inner quiet. Keys clatter on granite countertops, the click-clack of secular ritual. Silent now, the jacket hangs limp in the hall closet. Historians still argue whether sonic residues decay or just shift registers beyond human ears. Shower steam fogs the mirror, your exhale ghosting a modal scale. Plumbing rattles, an F-sharp protest from galvanized pipes. You hum experimentally. The tiles throw back a warped refrain. Crusaders reportedly heard Saracen siege engines as plain chant. You finally get it. Midnight finds you awake, fridge motor droning like a novice's first attempt at tenor. Moonlight slicks the floorboards, pale as monastery wax. That insistent C-sharp, gone, replaced by tinnitus or transcendence. Scholar Theodore of Samosata claimed silence was the devil's rehearsal room. Your ears buzz, jury's out. Morning, Chinese letter bruise, its gurgle, syncopated with text alerts. The mug warms your palm, glazed clay, thick as Thursday monastery soup. A 1924 excavation found chant notations scrawled inside a Dutch coffee pot. Your Keurig offers no such hidden layers. Work emails pile up inbox subject lines, slanted like neumes. You type half-remembered Latin, autocorrect mangles it into vacation requests. Carthusian scribes used walnut oil ink for its mellifluous viscosity. Microsoft Word offers Comic Sans. Commute traffic coagulates, honks forming a nihilist antiphon. Carpool lane violators swerve, their sinuous path echoing that mountain road. A rumor persists that Byzantine traffic cops sang citations in iambic pentameter. You tap your horn, a sacrilegious staccato. Your desk chair creaks, D-flat minor. Fluorescent lights cast a pallor, rivaling the church's crypt. Lunchroom salads wilt, their crispness no match for fasting week turnips. Colleagues discuss golf handicaps. You doodle three-line staves in the margins. Weeks pass, laundry day arrives. The jacket emerges, lint balls cling like desiccated incense. Drier heat erased its hymn, only a moth hole remains. Experts think textile vibrations dissipate after 18 washes. You fold it, a layperson's shroud. Rain smears the office windows, each droplet a flattened melisma. You misdial a conference call. The hold music is pilstrinolite. A Victorian phrenologist mapped chant receptivity bumps on skulls. Your HR file mentions distractedness. Autumn bleeds into winter. Frost etches your windshield into faux stained glass. Defroster fans wheeze, a cacophony of blocked nasal passages. Your breath fogs the glass, tracing a shaky doxology. Those monks would ban central heating. Your yoga app recommends chanting you pick ohm. It curdles in your throat, a dairy substitute for cream. A 14th century pope banned vowel-heavy chants for being too Moslem. The instructor side-eyes your mic. Christmas lights twinkle, anaphylactic shock of cheer. Holiday chorales blare from drugstore speakers, their joy auto-tuned into submission. You mute it, humming a Georgian tetraphonia. Grandma asks if you're coming down with something. New Year's Eve fireworks rupture the sky, each explosion a shattered cadence. Champagne fizz hisses, the world's least solemn asperges. A medieval treatise claimed fireworks murdered silence with sulphurous pride. Your retinas burn, the verdict stands. January coughs up sludge and salting trucks, their granular crunch replacing gravel paths. You buy noise-canceling headphones. They can't mute the memory of vaulted echoes. 6th century nuns stuffed their ears with wool during penance. You consider it. The jacket goes to Goodwill, tagged $4.99 without its ghost note. Some student will wear it, unknowingly inheriting a hollowed-out sanctus. Scholarly debates rage about resonant contagion in second-hand clothes. Let them. You dream of footpaths, pressed coins left on mile markers. A wristwatch alarm jars you awake, its beep sharp as a choir director's cutoff. Dawn leaks through blinds, another ordinary hush. Keys jangle, milk bottles clink, neighbors reenact suburban matins. Your toaster snaps, a Riley clap play for the damned. Historians still argue whether silence exists, or if we're just between notes. The fridge motor cycles on a low, perpetual hymn. Your fingers trace the lint-flecked jacket pocket, empty now of mountain air. Streetlights bleed through blinds, amber puddles pooling on the floorboards. The fridge drones its nighttime cantus firmus, a bassline steady as monk's breath. You count each oscillation, 19 hertz, the same frequency as a hibernating bear's heartbeat. Neighbors' laughter seeps through walls, a muffled Gloria. Car alarms 2 blocks away etch accidental quartertones. Historians swear 7th century laundresses harmonized with clanging washboards. You let the dissonance settle salt in liturgical soup. Moon salts the windowsill, a silent benediction. That stubborn C-sharp faded to the thrum of your own eyelids. A Byzantine nun once wrote that angels knit silence from unraveled worries. Your pillow drink teaspoons the theory. Dawn's first truck rumble becomes a psaltery's twang. Birds wire the telephone poles, squabbling sopranos in a never-ending chorale. You brew tea, the kettle's whistle bends like a poorly tuned hymn. No matter. Rain drums the AC unit, syncopated sacraments. Your breath steams the kitchen window, a fleeting noom on fogged glass. They say desert hermits heard God in a mosquito's whine. You press your palm to the radiator, its metallic purr suffice. The jacket's ghost lingers in closet shadows, a moth-eaten coda. But your soles remember stone floors, your shoulders recall vaulted air. Let scholars debate resonance decay. You scrape toast, butter melting into golden rests. Traffic builds, a cacophony of half notes. You hum a forgotten Kyrie, it ribbons into coffee steam. 6th century canal workers sang dredging chants in alternating fifths. Your commute won't make the archives. Daylight stutters. Neon signs sputter like guttering vigil candles. You unplug the grinding coffee maker. Its death rattle a diminished fifth. Silence pools in the sink, swirls down the drain waits. Night returns, a velvet fermata. Stars prick the blackness, nocturnes older than notation. You turn off the lamp, let shadows ink the walls. The fridge cycles on, its vibration a lullaby from the walls of a forgotten church. You sink, a final exhale, into the baseline of the world.